live. Imagine that. Well, mostly live. And we have a good connection today, thank God. We had a lot of problems last time. That was kind of my fault. But I think I've got them straightened out. Anyway, let's start with the hellos. And by the way, the first one in today was Hot Dog Pilot Andy. You get the cookie, Andy. Lucky you. He was happy about that. And the second person in was Train Man 1. So he got the half cookie. So congratulations to both of you, and glad you're here tonight, so we'll move right on. So let's see what else we got. We got Thomas Moore, Nashville Steam. Thomas, how you going? Good to see you. Curly Express, Dwight. Always good to see Dwight. Race Fan, how you doing, Race Fan? Good to see you. Schuylkill River Valley. John, how's it going? I got sidetracked for a bit there, making sure my mic was working, but it is. See who else we got here. Wigwag Workshop, how you doing, Steven? Good to see you. Russ's Rockado Railroad. Russ, how's it going? And let's see who else we got here. Tom Grassy, hey Tom, how's it going? Good to see you. And who else? Well, I haven't actually opened them up yet, Thomas. I'm going to do that tonight because I got your package in actually late this afternoon. So we'll see how that goes in a minute or two. Let's see who else we got here. Ray Bertelson. Hey, Ray. How's it going? Good to see you. He says he'll be in and out for a bit, a.k.a. lurking. That's cool. Nothing wrong with lurkers. Let's see who else we got here. Scrolling. Gerald Stewart. Hey, Gerald, how's it going? Always glad to see you here. And they say hi to you, Race Fan. I think I did, but I'll say hi again. Yeah, I'm losing my mind these days, man. Let's see. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. I don't know if I said hi or not to you. But hi, how you doing? Glad to see you here. Hey, I really am forgetful as hell lately. I don't know why. Let's see what else we got here. Still scrolling, almost down to the end. I think that's everybody. All right, cool. I'm glad everybody's here tonight. We have a couple of things to do. I have, first and foremost, an unboxing. We'll get to that in a minute. And, of course, I'll have a rant a little later on. And we also have a video to watch. So, without any further ado, let's open up this box and see what's in it. Now, this is from Thomas Moore, Nashville Steam. I got a pretty good idea what's in here, but I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I'm just now opening it up. It was supposed to be here yesterday. Like lately the mail has been so screwed up that I think I need a new blade on my knife. That one. The problem with these knives is they're sharp enough to cut you, but they're not sharp enough to open a box. Go figure, right? Alright, got the box opened. First we have, looks like a video. Yes, it is. We have The Magic of Lionel Electric Trains. That'd be cool. Thank you there, Thomas. I'll be sure to watch that later on, or tonight, or sometime. Set that aside over here. And let's see, we got other stuff wrapped up in here. We got lots of paper. Make sure there's nothing in there, because I don't want to throw nothing out accidentally. Okay. And we got this here? Oh, we got a shell. Cool. All right, we got a, what do you call these things again? A stock car. Just a shell, but that's all right. I can either make, or I probably even have, a set of wheels and chassis for it. But this is cool. I'll be able to make good use of this because I need more of these on there anyway. And it's cool. It looks like the doors open up on it. Ah, they do. See, check it out. Can't go wrong there. Yep, both doors open. Pretty cool. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. I'll make good use out of this. And finally, we have a tiny, tiny caboose. That's pretty cool. Looks like it's a maintenance caboose. Get a better look at that over there. I'll have to print up a frame for this one because I know I don't have anything that short. But I should be able to come up with something cool for this. And that's it. So thank you very much, Thomas. I appreciate that. It's always fun to get stuff in the mail. I don't get stuff often. So, by the way, Thomas, did I ever give you any of my stickers? I cannot remember for the life of me whether I did or not. If I didn't, I will send some to you. Just let me know whether you got them or not. Because I've got both the oval ones for the Millennium County Railroad, and I've got the same one I use on here, this one right here. I got those stickers too. I also have magnets, so if you're interested, let me know. If I haven't given you any, I'll get them to you. And let's see what else we got going here. Dwight says, why is it always good to see me? Well, just because it is, Dwight. Because you're like a cool guy, you know. I don't know. It just it's always good to see you, you know. You provide a lot of good entertainment sometimes, and you're always making some really cool prints, 3D prints, so I think you're an interesting guy that probably everybody wants to see every now and then. Actually, Steven says because you're the tuna can man. Okay, we'll let that go. And Andy says Diamond Geezer, that's why. Don't sure what that reference for, but that's fine. That's right, you tell him, Dwight, hit that thumbs up, man. I need the, oh shit, I don't remember what it's called now. Anyway, I need all the help I can get. So I gotta get my sub count still down though. Anyway, 397. I gotta get it up to 500 so I can monetize. I really do. You might be right, Stephen. I'm not quite sure, but it does seem to be a correlation there. But you know, I got so tired of looking like a damn hippie, you know. I mean, it was cool when I was young, but not so much anymore. Hey, Choverton Junction, how you doing? Good to see you here. Yes, I did, Thomas. I did see, as a matter of fact. I can bring it up here, if you don't mind. Let's see, where the hell is it? I don't know what happened there. It's kind of weird. How well you guys can see this. That's what happens when a 3D print goes wrong. It actually creates almost like, you know, part building, part wig. It's not really a wig, but it could be used as such. I've had that happen to me a few times. I can't explain it. You know, sometimes the work, if it doesn't stay on the plate properly, the build plate, that will happen because it'll miss. So instead of actually building upon itself, it'll just start spitting out thread. It doesn't have anywhere to go. I'm printing one right now, as a matter of fact. Here, let me show you this. You can see it. Wrong camera. Right there. I'm printing one of the buildings that the files you sent me. And it's a 13-hour print. It's about 5 hours into it. But so far, so good. I did insert a brim on it. And if you guys do 3D printing, you know what a brim is. So it seems to make a difference. But yeah, still got a long ways to go yet, so we'll see how that happens. Let's see what else we got. Fostoria, Ohio Model Railroad Club. How you doing, Fostoria? Good to see you. Let's see what else we got here. Anytime. Oh, I appreciate that. That was really cool. Why didn't it bring your thing? Oh, wrong. Let me switch back over here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time anymore. That's not true, but it's been a long day. Ray says, I am back. Those look great. Well, thank you. Hey, Tom Strange and Things. Hey, Tom, how's it going? Good to see you here, too. Waycross Train Spotter. Hey, Waycross. Scott, how's it going? Hi, Jim and everyone. It's Sunday morning. I reached 200 subscribers. It's going up more. Well, you're doing better than I am, so congrats on that. And I hope you get where you're trying to get. I got to do something to get going here. You didn't know that, Tom? Of course I got stickers. Here, look. Let me get them. I still got quite a few left. They got a deal on these at... I can't move here for some reason. It's Sticker Mule. I got the Shortline Thursday ones. Okay. And put those aside for now. And I got the Millennium County Railroad ones. And these are the holographic ones. They kind of change colors in different lighting conditions. If you want one, let me know. I'll just come over your house and deliver them to you. Since you're close by, and it'll be cheaper than probably putting stamps on it. Let's see what else we got going here. Okay, I'll send you some in the mail, Thomas. I'll get them in an envelope tomorrow and get them in tomorrow's mail for you. I'll give you all three, both stickers and the refrigerator magnet. Let's see, who else we got here? Thomas Moore says you're unique, Dwight. Probably. Oh, damn, that sounds like a problem, Ray. The sorry guys was on the phone with the sheriff's office about a guy who keeps coming over to my property. It's getting taken care of. You need to take care of it yourself. Bring out the old 45 and take care of business. That's what we do here in Florida. Oh, Jim. Oh, yes, I did. I guess you can see it on the other camera, right? Oh, where's the other camera? There we go. Yeah, I had to buy it because I had 3 of these damn things. They weren't DeWalt's. I had, I think it was a Sunjo, which is some oddball brand. That was garbage. And I had the Ryobi, which wasn't bad, but I don't like the string trimmers on it, on a conventional, the string on it. So I bought a thing. It's another head. It has 3 plastic blades. As a matter of fact, here's some here. I'm sure you guys have seen these before. They're getting away from me. Takes 3 of these, and these last longer, and they're way better than the string. So I bought one, and it's supposed to fit my Ryobi, right? Well, it didn't fit that particular model of my Ryobi. It wouldn't fit the Sunjo. And I had a cheap electric one that you plugged in. It wouldn't fit that either. So I said, well, this is bullshit. So I looked on the package to see what it would fit by model number, and it happened to fit the DeWalt 20-volt XR weed whacker. So I went ahead and bought it. It wasn't cheap, but I figured I might as well just get a good one. I got so many trees on my property that weed whacking is a necessity, you know. So it's working great. I'm real happy about that. I wasn't happy about spending the money, but hey, you know, you do what you got to do. Let's see. Scott says my next goal is to get up to 250 subscribers and then 300. Well, you know, if there's anybody here that isn't subscribed to Waycross, now's a good time to do it. And since both of you have the wrench, you should just be able to click on the three little dots, and that'll take you right to his channel, and you can go ahead and sign up and sub. And if you're already sub, maybe you know somebody who isn't that might want to be. Well, let your friends know. We got to help Scott out here and get him more subs. Jill, I would love to have crossings. What kind of crossings? Oh, you mean like these things? Yeah, well, I won't be giving these away, not the functional ones. But if you want one that's not functional, I'll be more than to ship you a pair of them if you want them. But they're kind of expensive to produce, so can't really give them away. Let's see what else we got going here. I'm not too far behind. Yeah, Tom, it probably would. And that's part of my rant tonight, which I'll be getting to shortly. And Gerald says it's a weed butcher. Yeah, it could be. Tell you what, I destroyed some weeds yesterday. I had a big tree out in the left side of my property. And the tree's probably about almost 3 foot around. It's a big tree, you know. I think it's a Florida oak or whatever the hell they are. Anyway, it had this massive growth around it that probably came out almost 5 foot. This shit was about, you know, literally about 4 foot high. So I got the old weed whacker out there and started hacking it up, and I'll tell you, it did a beautiful job, man. Cleaned it all up, too. So now I can stay on top of it because I finally have a good weed whacker to work with. Don't want to go to that yet. He is 5149 LOL, but off his meds close to 515. I'm not sure what the number reference is, but sound like the guy's got problems. Like I said, sometimes there's really only one way to deal with those. I ran one of those up my ankle one time. Oh, that had to hurt. Yeah, you got to keep those things away from your body, man. They can mess you up. Working with the sheriff's office to keep it clean, Dad. Definitely. Good idea. Hey, Chasco, how's it going, man? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing okay. And Papa John Trains. How you doing, Papa John? Good to see you. All right, I'm actually caught up. Imagine that. So, before we get into all this other stuff, what am I doing here? I don't know, though. I do know. I got an 8-minute video I want to show. It's more train stuff, you know, idiots that get stuck on the track, some intentionally, some not, and just plain stupid people out there that are probably lucky they're not dead yet, you know. I don't know what the hell's wrong with people. I mean, you see a train coming, oh, let me jump out and sit and see if I can beat it. Yeah, not good odds for you, you know. But some of these guys, they got lucky. All right, Ray, a 5150 is a crazy person. All right, I'll have to get with you on that and find out how that designation came about. I'm not familiar with it. Anyway, let's do this. Oh, it's in police terms. Okay. I'll leave it to the cops to come up with something like that. I can hear we got a 5150 on the street here. We should just kill them or what? You know. They probably don't do that, but that's sad. Thomas, BNSF and Union Pacific have problems with idiots. I think everybody does it. You know, really, the people are stupid. Anyway, without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. It's 8 minutes long. Some of the stuff you might have seen before, but a lot of it's new, and there's a lot of incredibly stupid things going on there. Except for the one guy was a hero. He did save the dog. You'll see what I mean. Here we go.
Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Look, there he comes.
Oh my god!
Get off the track!
Oh, just leave it!
Get off the track!
Leave it!
Oh my god! God. Oh, oh, holy f. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Oh my God. Oh boy.
How are you not just going? Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Наверное, здесь станет, будет пожарку снять.
Наверное.
It's not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop.
That's some messed up stuff, man. I mean, some of those idiots are lucky to be alive. They're probably not anymore. If you're that stupid to do that the first time, you'll probably do it again. Holy crap. Yes, you can tell which ones were the training videos, but you're right. The rest are bucking for the Darwin Award. I'm sure they'll get it eventually. Idiots. And some got replaced. I'm sure they did. I don't know. They don't show, any detail on whether anybody was still in some of the cars that got hit. I mean, and there's some of those trucks, it's like, why are you sitting there? I mean, if I were in the truck, I'd even plow the car in front of me just to get him out of the way. And we saved the truck, right, to get out of the way. They'd just sit there waiting for... You think the train's going to stop? Probably not. It's craziness. Thomas says, I seen a guy in a lawnmower with a small trailer with 6 kids crossing the Union Pacific, and the train was really close to the crossing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He said that was in Scott City, Missouri. Well, there's stupid people everywhere. It doesn't matter where. Thomas Gray says, I saw the guy saving the dog one about 2 months ago. That was... I got to give the guy credit, but he risked his life. And the dog's life, too. I would like to know how the dog got there in the first place. That's a little odd. But incredible. I mean, the guy had either balls the size of a planet or was so stupid he just didn't realize it. But I give him credit for saving the dog without a doubt. I don't know if I'd have went that far or not. Hard telling. I love dogs, but, it don't do the dog any good if we're both dead. They think the train will turn at the last. Yeah, probably, Joe. I'm telling you, there's idiots out there. And this is why our country's so screwed up. Because people are this stupid, you know. I mean, you see a 100, 200 ton train, I don't know what they weigh, but I know they're heavy, coming at you, well, you know, I'll be okay. Sure you will. Total craziness. So we got that out of the way. Let's see. Hey, Derek Alexander. Hi, Derek. How am I tonight? Well, I'm here. That's all I can say. I'm here. Thomas, the Scott City is where the Missouri Pacific Railroad is in. The Union Pacific Railroad owned it. Okay, I did not know that. Alright, here's a quickie for you on the 3D stuff. I haven't done a damn thing, unfortunately. I still got to get cracking on this. I mean, it's basically, I still got, excuse me, I have more detail to do on the crossing arm. And I still got to put the lights in, and I got to put the actuator in down here. But I'll get to it. But like I said, it's been a crazy week. Been busy doing other things. You know, life has a way of getting in the way of our hobbies sometimes. But there's not much you can do about that. But well, I'll keep you up to date as we progress on that. And eventually, I will get it finished. So that's really about the only thing of. This is the first time I fired up the 3D printer on this building. It's you know, a background building. It's I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but I'm going to turn it into a factory of some sort. You know, I'll I'll print a decal for it and call it something. Okay, you want dual crossings with flashing lights. Actually, I may have something here I can give you that's already made that I'm probably not going to use. They're brand new. I'll see if I'll dig them up and I'll send them to you. I think I even have the flasher unit to make them alternate, I think. So I'll check and see on that. No promises, but I'll take a look. Races I did heavy haul 30 years with lowboy trailers. Never got high centered or hit on an overpass. Well, that's probably because you got a brain, Ray. Problem today is these idiot drivers, they don't have brains. Or if they do, they forgot how to use them. You know, it's unfortunate that some of the drivers today are just so unskilled. And some are just plain stupid. And they're still allowed to get in the truck and drive it. You know, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of experience in a rig, but I've probably got a few thousand hours driving, you know, big rig, but I'm a good driver, and I was at the time, and I'm sure I still would be, you know. And I got better sense than what I'm seeing today anyway. And at least I can back the damn thing up. You know, that seems to be a real problem lately. Nobody can back them up. Hey, Corey, how's it going? Good to see you here. What's that? Think railroad, think train. Yeah, well, exactly, you know. And even if, like, that one there that, I guess it was probably in India, where the train come flying through, and you didn't see any crossing gates or warning lights or anything. See that one guy in a little white car, he locked them up, man. He slid, you know, and stopped just short of the train, but you know, obviously they don't pay attention. They don't hear the horn and go, oh, a train's coming. Maybe I should slow down and, you know, maybe even stop until I see where it is and whether it's going to hit me or not. No, I just keep on driving, you know. And that's what I'm saying. The stupidity out there is just incredible. Well, what are you going to do? You can't fix stupid. I mean, not legally anyway, you know. So let's just jump right into this. Where is it? Is it time for a rant? It is time for a rant. Of course, it's always time for a rant. Now, this package I just got from Thomas Moore. Now, he lives in Kentucky. So you would think that when he dropped it in the mail, at the post office or mailbox, whatever, that it would come to the nearest hub, which would be Atlanta, Georgia. But no, it didn't come here. It went west to Evansville, Indiana. So needless to say, it was delayed by 2 days. Yeah, basically. I almost didn't get it today. I was actually surprised to get it. And you know what this is about, right? This is about the morons in the post office that don't know what they're doing. I don't think you can blame this on the machinery. I know they have sorting machines and stuff, but even the machines should be, they're programmed. So they're not going to send a box to Indiana when it's coming to Florida from Kentucky or anywhere else for that matter. That's east of Kentucky. But yet it's happening, and it's happening more and more often. So I'm pretty sure it's some bonehead getting paid crazy money that either doesn't care or doesn't know what he's doing, that's putting these stuff in the wrong slots. And fortunately, somebody ultimately catches it. Probably the post office in Indianapolis caught it, and they're going, well, why is this here? Better ship it over to Atlanta. And that's exactly where it went. It went to Atlanta from there. Bypassed Kentucky altogether. And then from Atlanta, they came down to Ybor City, which is right next to Tampa, and then ultimately to here, to Sebring. But this happens more often than not. And I know some of the other guys, I know Tom Grassley's had similar issues. He lives up in Jersey, and he'll get something on the same coast, and it'll wind up going out west somewhere, Midwest, and eventually it'll come back here. There's something wrong. And the problem is, and we've talked about this before, that the post office really can't fire idiots because it's considered discriminatory. Now, I don't know what color they are. I don't really care. Could be a white guy, could be a black guy. I don't know. I don't really care. If you're stupid or incompetent, you need to be fired, regardless of your color. But the problem is the post office got their hands tied. They really can't fire you unless you do something literally on the scale of a felony, pretty much, And that's where the problem is, and we need to fix this somehow, because it's just going to continue to get worse and worse. I ordered a T-shirt a couple weeks back. Kind of cool. I didn't wear it tonight because it's not really train related, but it says I read the final chapter. God wins. One of those religious shirts, Kind of cool. I liked it. It was a good price, so I bought it. Well, it was supposed to be here back on Monday. It never made it. Although the post office, well, actually the carrier, claimed he put it in my mailbox at 7 o'clock in the evening. So at 8 o'clock, I looked at my email. I go, I better go up and get it, right? Well, the box is empty. So I checked all the other boxes in case, he messed up. But none of the boxes had my shirt in it. So it's all right. They probably came in late. I mean, it's weird that they would deliver that late anyway. So if you're all right, it'll be in tomorrow's mail, right? So Tuesday comes up, the mail comes, still no shirt. And like I said, they're showing it as it's been delivered in my mailbox. So I had to call up the Postmaster General. I couldn't even get a hold of anybody in the local post office. And I damn sure wasn't going to drive down there, because if I have to drive somewhere, I'm probably going to get stupid. And I don't need to get arrested, and that's probably what would happen. So I finally get a hold of the Postmaster General. I don't know where they're at, Georgia maybe, Washington D.C. I don't know who the hell. Anyway, tell them what happened, give them the tracking number. She says, well, the carrier says he put it in your box. Says, well, the carrier is either mistaken or he's lying. I don't know which. I'm not making any insinuations. All I know is my $20 shirt is not in my mailbox. So they started an investigation. Well, lo and behold, Wednesday morning, mail comes, it's in my mailbox. Now, I'm not sure what happened. I have some ideas. I can't prove anything, you know, obviously. And I like my mail carrier. He's pretty cool. But a lot of times they use temps and, you know, to fill in for if they're sick or whatever. So it could have been a temp. I don't know. But I think either he forgot to deliver it and figured I'll just show it as delivered anyway, probably to save his bacon, you know. Or he flat out thinks, I'm just going to keep this because I like it. I don't know which. Now, I'm not making any accusations or anything else because I don't know. But this is not the first time that's happened. And usually I'll either call up the post office or, in this case, the Postmaster General and say, hey, what happened to my package? And then amazingly, it shows up the next day. So I don't know if they're misplacing them or not putting it on the truck. I don't know what the hell the problem is, but they need to get it straightened out. If you tell me you're delivering something, it's out for delivery, when I go to the box, I expect it to be in there. And unfortunately, it's getting to be more of a problem now than it ever has been. And it's just getting worse and worse. And personally, I think it's just stupidity. You know. What's that, Corey? You can fix stupid with batshit crazy. It's like an algebra equation. Trust me, I know. I get it. I used to know algebra pretty good, and I get the reference, without a doubt, and you're right. There still may be some legalities involved with that, though, you know. Ah, it's bad. Derek says, it's still an idiot that tells the machine what to do, but it's better than the machine being smarter than us and deciding to take out morons. I don't know. I would kind of be okay with the machines if they started taking out morons. You know, maybe we do need AI. Maybe that's why AI has been coming up with some weird answers when they ask if they're, you know, if they're asked if they're a threat to humanity or not, and they're like, you know, maybe. I mean, you gotta figure. What the hell? Tom Grace says, Kentucky borders Indiana. I'm aware of that. So that sounds right. Depends where he lives in Kentucky. Possibly, but it still doesn't make sense to drop it in the opposite direction. You know, it's that mathematical way. The shortest point. I don't remember what it says. Anyway, the shortest point of travel is between two things, a straight line, some shit like that. I don't remember. But it doesn't make sense. Let's send it out west and then bring it out east. It should always go east. And since there's a hub in Atlanta, Georgia, that would make sense because, you know, Georgia's pretty damn close to Kentucky, too. It doesn't border it, but it's close. So, not a good excuse, sorry. And that's the first time that's happened to me in that situation. I've ordered stuff from Kentucky before. It comes directly to Atlanta and then down to Florida. So, you know, you could be right, but if you are, it's still stupid. You know, and they wonder why they're losing money every year. Gee, I wonder if that has something to do with it. Thomas says, I'm from Dawson Springs, Kentucky. I'm not sure where Dawson Springs is, Thomas. I don't know if it's east or west or in the middle or whatever, but like you said, it still shouldn't matter. And the fact is, it didn't get here when they say it would. You know, and you know this yourself because you're the one who originally sent me the tracking info. Plus, I have a thing called, you know, I call it uninformed delivery. It's actually called informed delivery. And it tells me where the packages are, when to expect their arrival, you know. And like I said, and of course, the biggest thing that pisses me off is he marked it as delivered, but it wasn't. You know? That's where my problem lies. Okay, if something happens and there was a delay, the truck broke down, you got lost, whatever the problem, I don't really care. You know, and you tell me, okay, it's going to be a day late, you know, that's fine, but at least I know. But it tell me, oh yeah, it's going to be there. It's out for delivery. It's not even in Florida, but it's out for delivery. Yeah, sure it is. In another dimension, maybe. See, that's my problem. They don't have any. There's no honesty involved in any of this stuff, and I have issues with that. Trainman 1 says, I live in Southern California, and I have nothing but problems with the mail. All the carriers, actually UPS, FedEx, whatnot. Oh, that's true. I know they got big problems over there. You know. Well, I feel bad for you living in Cali, man. You got to get out of there. Especially if it does wind up dropping off in the Pacific one day. Thomas says, Jim, look on Amazon and look for a t-shirt that says I have a one-track mind. Pretty cool. I'll have to check that out. And Tom from Tom's Stranger Things, he says, my lawn care guy mailed me an invoice from the other side of Sebring about a mile from me. Don't know when it was mailed, but it was postmarked July 7th from Tampa. I received it on the 12th. I know he could have walked it over to you, right? Like I said, it makes no sense. Like I said, I'll just come over and drop the stickers off. It's cheaper and quicker. You know, and it won't get lost because I know where you live. I really don't trust the mail anymore. Let's see, Derek says, I just bought a train and I got a notice that it shipped with a tracking number, but all it said was the label was created. 7 days later, it said the same thing. I called and they said, oh, it's still here. Yeah, if it does, they'll tell you that the label's created, but the carrier hasn't received it yet, or USPS hasn't received it yet. Basically means whoever you bought it from created the label, so it's in the system, but he forgot or just didn't care about mailing it anytime soon. I have that happen a lot too, especially stuff from eBay, you know. Because I stay pretty up to date on what I've got coming. Because I don't want anything sitting in the mailbox any longer needs to. We don't have a theft problem here yet, But if you leave stuff in the mailbox long enough, somebody's going to figure, well, the guy he must not want it that bad. It's been sitting in the box for 2 days. I think I'll just help myself to it. It happens more often than not. Like I said here, it's not a smart idea because everybody in this area is all armed. And you could get shot stealing somebody else's mail. And you wouldn't even get in any trouble for it either. So, we don't worry too much, but it's just the idea. I like to stay on time. Plus, I get excited when I get stuff in the mail anyway. Whether it's a gift or I paid for it or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like Christmas, Stephen from Wigwag says, my mailman has dyslexia. Like real bad dyslexia. We have over 10 pieces of mail misdelivered, or 10 pieces of misdelivered mail every week. Yeah, I've been there, done that too. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Derek says it's going out today, his train thing. Oh, cool. Yeah, keep track of it and watch and see what happens, Because that's it. Derek, I couldn't remember that to save my life. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Your memory's obviously better than mine. I knew it. I just couldn't remember how it went. And that's true. That's what I'm saying. So why would you ship something out west that's ultimately going east? It doesn't make sense, And even from a monetary perspective, it costs the post office more money to ship it west, even if it's only 100 miles, which I'm sure it was probably more than that. And then to ship it all the way back, and it's just stupid. So somebody screwed up, plain and simple. Yeah, Tom, that's right. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Hey, you guys are on top of it. I knew it, I just couldn't remember it. And Gerald says, depends on where the truck was headed. Well, yeah, I'm sure that's true too, but once again, you would think that the post office, which has been running for what, 150 years or more, would probably have the system down by now. It's not like they just started doing this last week, Joe Rader says, what pisses me off is when you pay for UPS delivery and UPS drops it at the post office. I know. I don't, and they just started doing it, what, a couple of years ago? That handing it off to the post office? It seems to me like it would actually be cheaper for them to just deliver it to your house. They're already close by. The post office is 5 miles away from my house. So just drive 5 miles south and there I am, you know. And I can save 2 days of bullshit going through the post office. But they don't do it. And you know, FedEx does the same thing. Not as much. But they do it. So does DHL. I think DHL does it the most. I don't even think that they like doing residential drop-offs now. Unless it's something big. Derek says he bought a BOI Paragon 4 Big Boy. Ooh. You must have money falling out of your butt. That's a nice engine though, man. If I had the money, I'd have one, but can't afford it. What town in Indiana? It was Evansville. It's where my brother lives, actually. It's down in, it's on the south end of Indiana. I think it's about 50 miles from the Kentucky border, I believe. I'm pretty sure anyway. No, Chasco, you were here, I think, unless you took off for a bit. You might have to watch the replay. It was basically, you know, the post office. Derek says, I have a double track mine. There you go. Let's see, Ray says, I think the main hubs are Seattle, Denver, Atlanta, Chicago. May have missed some, but everything goes through. That's true. Like I said, it's usually bigger cities where it goes through. Of course, it all depends where it originates from and where it's going. But you know, I've had stuff that I ordered. I had something I ordered from New York. Okay. Now you would think from New York it would come straight down to Atlanta, right? But no, it went to Chicago. And then from Chicago, it went to Pennsylvania. And from Pennsylvania, it came down to Atlanta. I mean, it took almost a week and a half to get this thing. It was a well-traveled item. I don't remember what it was exactly, but they said it doesn't happen often, but it seems like it's happening more often than it has in the past. And I believe it's specifically incompetence on the USPS's part. They're hiring idiots, you know. Plain and simple. Who the hell was it I called the other day and bitched them out? I can't remember who the hell it was now, but it wasn't a post office, it was somebody else. Hey, I asked him a question, he couldn't answer it, and I said, you know, come on, really? How long have you been working here? Well, I've been here for a couple of years. And you don't know enough to be able to answer a simple question regarding the business that you work for? Well, you know, not really. Well, you know, you're looking at your boss. I'd fire you right here and now. Huh? The good thing you're not my boss then, huh? Yeah, good for you. Yeah. I said, come on, man. You guys got to do better than this. I'm trying, sir. Yeah, you're not trying real hard, you know. And Train Man says, I think a lot of it here is that they're lazy. And, of course, nobody wants to, there's no work ethic anymore. Not really. I mean, I'm sure some people that still have a work ethic, but the vast majority, especially the Gen Zers, they're idiots. I'm sorry. I mean, hope none of you guys are Generation Z, but, you know. For the most part, I'm sure there's exceptions, but the majority of them are complete and total idiots. They have no clue about anything, you know. I saw a meme the other day. Some hippie-looking freak, you know, with piercings and weird-looking, you know, dyed hair and everything else, right? My generation's going to start a revolution. They had a couple of army soldiers below it saying, you guys can't even start a lawnmower. You know? And I'm thinking, damn, that's pretty accurate, you know? Because they're literally, they're idiots. Hey, Artie, what's going on, man? Good to see you here. Hi, folks. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was bad out of the best. I'm not touching that one, Artie. Tom Grassi said, Jim just looked at the map and Evansville makes sense if you see where Dawson Springs is located in Kentucky. All right, well, I stand corrected. You know, still doesn't make sense, though. I would have still shipped it that way. And like I said, it did make it when it was supposed to. And that's kind of what pissed me off, you know. They didn't have a reason for it. You know, just, well, that's the way it is, deal with it. You know, if you're going to have a service that tracks your mail, it should be accurate, correct? If it's not accurate, why bother having it? I mean, I know we do that with the weather. You know, you turn on the weather report. Well, you know, it's going to rain later today at 6 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock comes, and it's 100 degrees outside, and they're in a cloud in the sky, and you're going, all right, what the hell, you know? But we expect that from the weather people, even though they should be fired too, you know. I remember I was watching TV news one time some years back. I was sitting in the house and it's pouring rain outside, right? I mean, just massive thunderstorm. Turn on the news, bright and sunny today with no chance of rain. You know, with a high of 96 or some shit like that. And I'm thinking, idiot, look out the window. I mean, he was in Naples, okay? The weather guy. Look out the window, moron. You know? This is what I'm saying. How do these people keep their jobs? Derek says the mail is delayed because the packages need a passport. You never know anymore. I think that's only true if it goes through blue states, right? The rest says the post office is a shadow of what it used. That's true, it really is. You know, remember when we were kids? It wasn't a song, but it was a saying. It was either rain or sleet or snow or dead of night or a whole bunch of shit. You know, nothing will stop the postman from delivering his well, I don't remember how the thing went. You guys probably know it, but we all remember it, right? I mean, they would deliver the mail unless literally Armageddon was happening. You know? Today, not so much. Let's see. What else we got here? I'm behind in the chat again, which is normal. Artie says, I bail up our post office call centers when they come up with excuses my drivers used to give me. Exactly. I mean, we've all heard it before. You know, truck broke down, the guy got lost. You know, it's all bullshit, most of it. Hey, Mark Robert, how's it going, Mark? Good to see you. Biggest issue with the U.S. is you have so many towns with the same name, you guys will always be screwed. Well, that's true. And it's kind of funny, you know, because no matter what town you live in, there's a dozen states that have at least the same town, the same name town in those states as well. But that's why they use a zip code here. So actually, my understanding of it is they don't even look at the state. They look at the zip code. So if you got the zip code right, you can even have the state wrong. But if the zip code is correct, it will get to where it's going. If you have the zip code wrong now, then you're screwed. So that's the most important part, is to get the zip code right. You're right. I don't know why they, you know, I guess they couldn't come up with new names, you know. You know how many Johnson towns there are? Johnsonville. Now there's a Naples in every state, believe it or not, even though Naples, Florida is the most well-known one. You know. It's ridiculous. Like, come on, people. You can't come up with a different name, you know. Probably the same idiots that make the movies. I don't know. Hey, Real Artist, how you doing? Yeah, there you go, Real Artist. The packages come late, but the bills always come on time. You never hear about a bill coming late, do you? Or getting lost in the mail? They always seem to find it here. How is that, really? And we have mom and son train real fans. Hey, Tammy and Ray. Good to see y'all. That was a good contest you had there too, except that I didn't know about it. My suggestion in the future is to advertise it a little bit more so that everybody knows you're having one. Because normally when somebody has a contest, you'll get a minimum of 30 people entering. A minimum. You know. And because your prizes were so great, you would have probably had hundreds of people entering. But I don't think a lot of people knew. You know. Just a suggestion. But that was damn nice of you to have that contest as well. Tom says, whether people are the only employees that can lie all the time and still have a job. Well, that used to be true, but like I said, now it's gone over to the post office. Pretty much every business out there does the same thing. Nobody's getting held to the fire anymore, and, you know, if you try and fire anybody, especially if they're a minority, they'll yell discrimination, you know. And it's like, I don't care what color you are. If you're not doing your job, I have to fire you. Plain and simple. But, you know, unfortunately, in a lot of places, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Let's see. Russ says, my kids are Zoomers, but they have good work ethic. Well, probably because you brought them up right. That's what I'm saying. I know there's exceptions, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's a majority or not, but a good many of them, well, their parents are just as dumb as their kids are. Of course, you know, if your parents are stupid, you can't really expect to be smart either. And, you know, unfortunately, the parents today don't want to be parents. You know, they let their kids do whatever. They, you know, and my stepdaughter is kind of the same way. You know, she's got twins. They're paternal twins, a boy and a girl. And I think they're 10. Yeah, I think they're 10 or 11 years old now. And those kids are brats, really, and stupid. They're talented, though. Don't get me wrong. My grandson, step-grandson, I don't know what you really call him. I call him a grandson. He has incredible talent in art. He can do some beautiful freehand drawing. For a 10-year-old, I'm impressed. But the only thing that kid does all day when he's not drawing is playing on the computer with his video games with one of the virtual reality helmets. You know. I personally don't think a 10-year-old should have anything like that. All right. It's got to screw up your mind. And I know some of you guys probably won't agree with me. That's fine. But, you know, well, they didn't have those things when I was a kid. And most of you guys same boat. But I tried it because I was curious. You know, it's very disorienting. You know. I worked for about 5 minutes. Yeah, I can't deal with this, you know. And I thought it was pathetic anyway. I mean, it was probably a lower budget one. I don't know what his mother paid for him, but, you know. What the hell is that one game that, Minecraft? You ever see the characters in Minecraft are basically block people? That's basically what this was. They didn't have any legs. So they're just floating around because you can control the arm movements in your head and the body, but no lower limbs. So it was kind of stupid. But it was very, like I said, very disorienting. And these kids, and both the boy and the girl, they're wearing these things, because they each got one. They're wearing these things literally 8 to 10 hours a day, every day. You know, and eventually they're not even going to know the difference between real and virtual. It can't be good for them. You know, they don't listen to their mother. They don't listen to their grandmother. They listen to me because they know I'll knock the shit out of them. You know, I don't play that game. My kids were raised properly, and if you're in my house, my rules, you'll be raised properly too. But unfortunately for them, fortunately for me, they're not here that often. We had them for almost a week, because their mother she bought a house up in Michigan. Well, bought a trailer up there. So her and her boyfriend went to go check it out, make some repairs, get ready to move in. So we had the kids for actually 6 days. And they weren't too bad, but when I was a kid, and I know things have changed a lot, but when I was a kid, I think 7 or 8 years old, my bedtime was 8 o'clock in the evening. Okay? That's just the way it was. My sister, same thing. She's 4 years younger than me. Our bedtime was 8 o'clock. My parents said, all right, time for bed. We didn't argue. We didn't throw fits. We didn't beg to stay up longer. We knew it was bedtime. Boom, up to the bed we went, and that was it. I raised my kids the same way. They had bedtimes. Basically the same hours, I love my kids, but, I don't want to have to deal with them up until, midnight every night, because that's just not the way it's supposed to be. Just some time with, their mother. So that was never a problem. My kids were the same way. When it was bedtime, they stopped what they were doing, picked up their toys, went to bed, and all was good. Now these kids, my grandkids, you tell them it's bedtime, and I even raised it 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock you can stay up till late. 9 o'clock rolls around. You guys ready for bed? Well, not really. Well, it's not really an optional thing. It's bedtime. So I got sidetracked, and so next thing I know, it's 11 o'clock. They're still up, and I'm going, look, you got to go to bed. Why? Because that's the rules, And they just didn't get it. I wound up getting, finally I got fed up with them, and I said, look, it's 11, I think it was almost midnight. I said, it's 12 o'clock. First off, you're getting up at the crack of dawn. I'll make sure of it, okay? You're not going to sleep till 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. That's why you can't sleep at night. So you're getting up early to begin with, so be prepared. And I'm only going to say this once. If you're not in bed in the next 5 minutes, both of you are going to get your asses beat. Well, they knew I wasn't screwing around, so boom, off to bed they went, I probably should have done that to begin with, but, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be a granddad, And granddads don't usually, threaten their grandkids. but this is the problem. And then the next time, it's the same deal. And it was like that literally for most of the week we had them. They don't listen. They don't want to do anything. They have their face in their virtual reality helmet most of the time. When they weren't doing that, they had their face in their cell phones. And that's another thing. Preteens do not need cell phones. I don't care what anybody says. There's no good reason a child should have a cell phone. Now, I understand if you want to give them something for, like if they need a ride or something, at school and you need to pick them up, give them a phone that isn't smart. Give them an old flip phone that only makes calls. These kids are, they're on the internet looking at things they're not supposed to. Because they used to look at it on TV, but then, they kept getting caught. And well, we're not going to do it. We'll just do it on the phone now because nobody's paying attention. And it's not good, And trust me, we're going to pay dearly for that down the road. And remember, these kids, eventually, maybe we'll be dead by then if we're lucky, but they'll be running the country. We're screwed. All right, that was the second part of my rant. Sort of. Let's see. Thomas says, Derek, I looked into the track tester. I got it on eBay from a guy in England, and I checked he does not make them anymore. Okay. You talking about taking like a 1x2 and just put some track on it? Because that's what I'm going to do. They were talking about it this morning on Dave's Morning Brew. Yeah, great idea. Just take a 1x2 or 1x4, put some track sections on it. You can power it so you can use it as a test track or a programming track, either way. And if you put your, where is it here? Your coupler height gauge, mount it permanently on it. Then all you can do is just roll your car over there and make sure your couplers are at the right height. You don't have to mess with it. It's a brilliant idea. And I'm surprised I didn't think of it. But, I think now we're all going to do it, though, because it's a great idea. Derek says, and every man is created. MGTH, I don't know what that is. Oh, you know the thing. All right, Joe. Joe Biden. Corey should laugh my ass off, Derek, and just to think most popular guy ever. Yeah, right? Still ain't buying that one. Nobody else is either, by the way. Papa John says, I just got a new old postal car O-scale. Cool. I wish I had the money in the room for O-scale, but I don't have either. They got a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, Corey, more votes than Obama. And that's bullshit. We all know it. We know he cheated. It's like this thing, I know. We don't know we're not really supposed to go into this, but I can't help it. Just for a minute, we'll go off trains for a second, like we always do. You guys heard about the cocaine, right? Now, you know there's only one possibility for how that coke got there. And we all know it was Hunter Biden that brought it there. Now, whether he brought it there on purpose or by accident, that's up for grabs. But he's the one who brought it there. All right? Plain and simple. Yeah, he's a coke addict. He just got busted for coke possession. Although he just got slapped on the wrist because, you know, he's the president's kid. So who's more likely to bring cocaine into the White House than Hunter Biden? And he was just there. You know, they lied at first that the lesbian there, the press person, I can't remember her name. It's a weird name. She lied and said, "Oh no, the Bidens were gone when that was found." That was a lie. They said that the Bidens were already back from vacation when the cocaine was found. Okay, which I kind of figured anyway. And the reality is that this is going to go two ways. Well, like I said, either Hunter was probably, you know, stoned out of his mind and forgot about it, or it was deliberately put there to somehow pin it on Kamala Harris. You know, heels up Harris. Now, we know she's a whore. That's beside the point. But I don't think she's a coke whore, okay? I've been around coke addicts and coke whores and potheads and like, and I'm telling you, she's a pothead, okay? I don't think she does coke. I could be wrong, but I don't see it. I don't see it in her, the way she moves, the way she carries herself. I do see her as a pothead. I think she's stoned probably 23 hours out of the day, you know. But they need to get her out of the vice presidency because, I mean, they're going to try and cheat to get Joe in 24, if he's still alive, which is debatable, you know, or his mind might be completely gone by then. I mean, it's pretty close now. But remember, even if something happens to him, she'll try and assume the presidency. And the Democrats know she can't win if they voted for her, because when she ran last time, she literally got 0% of the vote. You know, I think she had like 200 people voted for her. Seriously? And she's an idiot, you know. So they got to get rid of her. So the plan is, what I heard it anyway, they'll go ahead and they'll pin this cocaine on Harris. Of course, she'll have to resign, you know, quietly, because, you know, you can't be a cocaine addict and be the vice president. So they'll put in Gavin Newsom from California, you know, that jackass, communist. He should be shot, but that's another thing. They'll install him as vice president, and just in case, whether Biden makes it or not, they're going to, like I said, they're going to try and cheat to get him in there. One way or the other, they'll try. If Biden did win, I guarantee you, within a month after accepting the nomination or saying the oath, if he won, which is unlikely, unless they really cheat, something will happen to Biden. Either he'll completely lose his mind or he'll flat out die, you know, from natural causes, of course. You know, like shooting himself in the back of the head with, you know, a 9mm 18 times. One of those suicides. And Newsom will become president. That's a scary thought. If Newsom takes over, we're fucked. Plain and simple. Okay? This country's done. But that's the way I understand they're going to try and play this off, because they can't leave Kamala Harris in there as vice president. Because they know one way or the other, even if they can keep Biden alive and somewhat coherent, and I say that with a lot of, you know, whatever, but eventually they know they're going to have to remove him. And of course, the next in line would be Kamala Harris, of the way it is now. They can't have that. They got to get rid of her. And I don't think they could just fire her. I think they have to have a legal reason to force her to resign. So we have to watch this really closely. We'll see how this goes down. That's bullshit that they don't know how it got there, who put it there, when they. That's a lie. Every spot in the White House has got surveillance cameras. This is what we were told some time back. Now, either that's not true, which is a possibility, or conveniently they were turned off, you know, like that always happens, you know. But the likelihood of anybody getting away with bringing something illegal into the White House seems pretty slim, and that the Secret Service should know about it. But they've just determined that they don't know who did it, when they did it, or even how they did it. I'm not buying it, sorry. And that's all I got to say about it. Ray says, I'm old school, it's all in my head, which may be a scary place to go. There is a weird filing cabinet up there. Yeah, we all got one of those, right? Andy said, I cheated. I built myself a radio with an earpiece and tuned in when it was bedtime. There you go. You know, like I said, we grew up with different rules, you know. I don't know if you guys remember, and I know I do, and some of you guys are even older than me. I'm sure you went through the same things. You know, when it was dinner time, we all sat at the dinner table, something that doesn't happen much anymore either. And I'm guilty of that too now, but I remember as a kid, you know, when you were finished eating, you know, you didn't just get up and leave. Dad, may I be excused from the table? Or Mom, may I be excused from the table? You had to ask. You couldn't just if you got up and left, you were going to get your ass paddled. Or grounded or something, you know. That was the rules. We all went, I'm pretty sure most of us went through it. And I really didn't have a problem with it. You know, I try to instill that in my kids mostly. I'm sure they don't follow it now. But when they were young, yes, we had the same rules. Because it worked for me, and I figured, well, you know, it worked for me, it should be good enough for them. Ray says, once in a while I dig out duck hunt just for fun. I remember duck hunt. That was fun, sort of. Stupid laughing dog when you miss. Yeah, wasn't that funny? Yeah, smartphones are bad for the black market of adult magazines in schools. That's true. Well, you can get all the porn you want on your smartphone, you know. I mean, you could block it. Well, the parents could, but they don't, you know. I mean, when I was in school, you know, we had to find somebody who had, you know, Playboy magazines and, you know, kind of smuggle them around and stuff. You know, back in the good old days. All right, Corey, we'll see you in a bit. Tom says, question, has anyone used AnyRail free or paid? I attempted to use the free one back before I started this, and I just didn't like the way it worked. I found that there were too many steps to take to actually build the layout. You know, if they'd had more of a drag and drop system, that would have been great, but they really don't. At least I didn't see where they did. So first you had to find the pieces you want. Then you had to put them put them on the board. Then you had to move them around, and it was a real pain in the ass. It seems to me like there would have been a simpler way to do it. So anyway, I got disgusted with it and shit-canned it, and basically just, drew it on paper, so I could draw it on paper quicker than I could do it on any rail. I'm sure other guys have used it, maybe had some success with it. I, unfortunately, was not one of them. All right, Tammy, we'll see you in a bit. Don't work too hard cleaning up. Joe Stewart, I never miss. Okay, that's good. I like to think the same thing for myself. Dwight says, oh, wow, now I know why I'm fat. I sat and played video games. I don't know if that makes you fat or not, but I do know that I played a little bit. When I was a kid, Dwight, you're the same age I am, I think, somewhere close. We had the pinball games. You remember the pinball tables and stuff back in the day before they really had video games? Video games were just starting to come out in the arcades. I played a few things. I wasn't real involved with it, but I didn't have the patience for it, I preferred to do things that were hands-on, sort of. I don't think that's what makes people fat. I think, well, maybe it does. I think it does, what it does do, though, is it does affect your brain. And they've proven this. Not necessarily in a good way. It's, to some degree, yes. Like they said, kids today, they hire kids to fly the Air Force drones and the Navy drones because they're good at it, because basically it's like playing a video game. Well, that's fine for those who get into that career, but not everybody's going to get that job. It's like I told my grandson, I said, you sit around playing virtual reality all day long. I said, well, what skills do you have? Other than, I didn't know he was that good at art until I actually saw some of his drawings, but once again, not really a good career choice because there's not a lot of money in it. And I don't know, he'd have to progress a little bit further before it would actually be marketable, but he does have a talent. But the reality is, it's like his mother's boyfriend. 26 years old, didn't know how to change a tire on a car. And that's where I see a lot of these kids today. They're so stupid that they're not going to be able to do simple things that we learned when we were, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And it's very unfortunate. Marty says, I had a fantastic black market racket going on in my high school. Almost got rich from it, laughing my ass off. Well, a rich 15 or 16-year-old. Yeah, there you go. Well, middle school, I sold candy. Every morning before I got to school, there was a candy store about a mile away from the school, so I'd run up there, buy $20 worth of candy, sell it at lunchtime, and come home with $50. I was doing a damn good business, Problem is, I didn't save any of it. That was always been my downfall. I never saved any of the money I made. If I had, I'd probably be a wealthy man right now. But, I didn't do that. And I think in high school I sold cigarettes individually. And at that time, while it was 55 cents a pack when I was in high school, and I was selling an individual cigarette for 20 cents. So I was making some good money, and I'd go to school with 3 or 4 packs and be sold out by the end of the day. I did pretty well for myself. I never got caught, thank God, because, I would have probably got suspended from school forever. But hey, you do what you got to do. Joe said they cheated, and well, of course they will. The Bidens. But the problem is now, supposedly Trump says he knows what to look for he's also going to use some of their tactics to make sure he wins this time. Does that mean he's going to cheat? I'm not sure. But look, if Biden can cheat and get away with it, hell, everybody else can too. I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure that Trump gets back in, because another 4 years of Joe Biden or whoever replaces him is not going to be good for this country. It will be bad. Of course, I think we'll get into civil war if anything like that happens. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I know, Derek. No cocaine in the White House for all of history until a coke and crack fiend moves in. Surprise, surprise. I know. That's bullshit, And why is he not in prison? Hunter. Oh, actually, they should all be in prison because they're all criminals. I mean, Joe's a traitor. He sold secrets to the Chinese. That's treason. Punishable by death, by hanging. Why is this idiot not swinging off the road? I don't get it, Cheryl says the press, yeah, I can't remember her name. It's something Jean or Jean, I don't know. She's got weird, she's a lesbian, that's all I know. And an ugly one at that. And she does lie about everything, And if a question's too tough, closes her book and walks out. It's like, yeah, that's real professional, At least lie and try and cover your ass a little bit. No, you fooled my look, I'm going to leave. And why would he put that woman in there well, we know why. Because, I don't know what they got on him. But you look at his entire cabinet, most of them are gay, lesbian, transgenders. Look at the health secretary. What the hell is it, Rachel Levine? It's a guy, and a damn ugly one at that. He's an ugly guy and an ugly woman. What the hell? I don't get it. What's that? I planted it. It's a mix of corn flour and icing sugar. What is? I'm not sure about that one. There you go. Dave said, Dave, BNSFS Cal. How you doing? Good to see you here. Corinne Jean Pierre. Or Jean Pierre. I don't know what the hell her name. Is she French? She's lesbian. That's all I know. Pierre, paid to lie, that's what the press secretary is for. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? But she's so incompetent. Once again, here we go with the whole incompetency thing. We're seeing it real time everywhere. And if the government's hiring incompetent fools, what do you think the rest of the country's going to do? Because, we look to our leaders for guidance on how we should act. Any wonder why this country's so screwed up? Look at our leaders. Dave says he could not honestly say that. Well, they'll lie anyway. What was it? Obama said it on the Quran when he was sworn in. He didn't even use the Holy Bible. And that should be illegal. I don't care what anybody says. All right? We do not use the Quran in our country because our religion is Judeo-Christian. It's not Muslim or Islam or whatever the hell they go by. And yet, he used the Muslim Bible to swear his oath of office. So you knew right off the bat he was full of shit. It doesn't count if he used a different Bible. And not even a real one at that. We need another Oswald now. I was saying that a few days ago, And this is the problem with all these murderers out there, I mean, it's wrong. Don't get me wrong, but if you're going to kill somebody, kill the ones that need to be killed. Don't kill innocent people. Kill the assholes, right? And I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying, if you're going to kill somebody, make it worthwhile. It doesn't make sense. Ray says, no gruesome Newsom. We have other names but can't post here. I've heard some of them too, Ray. That guy's scary. He's total socialist, communist, whatever. I mean, the guy's got a bill right now he's trying to push through that will actually eliminate the Second Amendment. It won't happen, of course, but You know, do we want somebody like that running our country? If he has no respect for our Constitution and Bill of Rights, he obviously has no respect for any American's life either. So he needs to be gone. We should deport him over to China or someplace. He'd be right at home over there. Maybe. 2 for Joe, 1 for me. 2 for Joe. Yeah. That's that. Biden is making enemies, cluster bombs to Ukraine, where so many countries have banned it and saying no to it. Gee, come on, we don't. Well, that's what he's trying to do. I think he's trying to start World War III. Because if he does, it'll take the heat off of him and Hunter. You know. Biden's probably scared, well, if he can remember, which is debatable. If he can remember, he's probably scared to death because he knows he's guilty of treason. All right? Everything he has done is considered an act of treason, including cheating the elections. So if he starts World War III, we'll be busy fighting whoever and won't be worrying about him so much, you know. And I think that's his ultimate goal is to get, because he's trying desperately. And like I said, I have my doubts on whether nuclear war is possible or not. You know, Putin's been threatening to nuke somebody if we didn't back off, and what do? You know, oh, we just keep sending more money. Now we're sending F-16s over. Now we're giving them the cluster bombs. I mean, we're trying to force him, if it's possible, to nuke us. You know, but he hasn't done it yet, either because he knows it's a stupid move or because they don't exist. I'm not sure which. I said I have my doubts as to whether these weapons are actually available or not, you know. Yeah, well, McCarthy's, he's a rhino, no matter how you look at it. He wouldn't be any better. There's only one guy we can put in the presidency, and that's Trump. I don't think there's anybody else that really can be trusted, you know. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. So Harris is going to be done for a sex scandal. She has Mexican toy boys hidden on. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Maybe that's why she's always grinning. I always feel it's because she's high, you know. But who the hell knows? They'll get rid of her one way or the other, you know. They won't kill her because that's too obvious. And that might piss off the feminists and the other assorted morons, but they'll pin something, in other words, drugs or sex scandal, and force her to resign in disgrace. Guaranteed that's what they're going to do. You know, I don't... I guess the only reason they picked her to begin with because they thought that was a winning strategy. You know. And there's even talk that, you know, Trump may pick Carrie Lake from Nevada or Arizona. I can't remember which one she's from, but she's a conservative woman. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I still don't think we're ready for a female president. This is my personal opinion. I could be wrong. I know it's going to happen eventually because they're going to make it happen, you know. But, so if Trump takes her on as vice president, of course this will be his last term if he wins. So she would run in his place and of course she would win. I have no doubt in my mind that she would win. So, you know. I don't know what's going to happen with DeSantis. I think he's got to realize by now that he has zero chance of winning. You know. And they're just destroying him anyway. Even Trump is ripping him a new one, you know. I wouldn't mind seeing him as vice president, but I would rather keep him here in Florida for another 4 years, you know. Because what happens if we get another Democrat here, or a rhino? You know, they'll screw up everything that DeSantis has done so far. We don't need that. And it's funny, I understand all the illegals are leaving Florida. All the LGBT people are leaving Florida. And I'm thinking, well, what's the problem? I don't see a downside here. You know, let them go somewhere else. You know, rather than try and screw us all over here. So I'm glad he did what he did. I have no issue with it, you know. And I'm pretty sure that Disney's going to go belly up too. Now they're hurting real bad. Well, they're selling off everything because they're not making any money right now. They're losing money. You know, the movies they're putting out are junk. They're garbage. And they're tanking all the ways around. You know, they're closing a lot of the good rides that they have. You know, they shut down that Star Wars motel or hotel, whatever, here in Orlando, and that was like a multi-billion-dollar, you know, attraction, because they're losing money, because they're stupid, and because they're all pedophiles and woke people. And I don't care if they go belly up. You know what? It's not going to hurt Florida. Not really. So let them go, you know. But this is their own fault. If they'd stayed with what they're supposed to do, being a family-oriented company, putting out good family movies and TV shows, and staying away from all this LGBTQ shit, they wouldn't be having these problems right now. So you know what? They brought it on themselves. They can deal with it. Ray says, I remember the old Radio Shack kits. They were great. Yeah, me too. I liked all that. I wish a lot of that stuff didn't go away, but you know, what are you going to do? Tom says, could never table until all was done. Could never leave the table until all was done eating everything on the plate. That's true. If the plate wasn't empty, you weren't going nowhere. And there were things that I really couldn't eat. I couldn't stomach. I couldn't hold it down, you know. And my mother, I love my mother, but she was a real bitch sometimes. And I remember one time I was 10 years old, and I couldn't eat peas. I still can't eat peas. I can't keep them down. I swallow them, they come right back up. I mean, it's bad. I don't know what it is. I can't eat them. She knows this. So I had a plate. I ate everything else on the plate, but I couldn't eat the peas. And, you know, she says, you're not leaving the table until those peas are eaten. I think she finally gave up and sent me to bed at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And we ate dinner at 5 o'clock every afternoon. I had to sit at that table till almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't eat them. There was no point, you know. I actually tried a couple times to throw them right back up. And she thought I was like faking it or something. I said, you know, Mom, I can't eat these things. Well, you're going to eat them because I put them on the table and you're going to eat them. I said, no, I'm not. So I didn't eat them, and I went to bed. Well, I wasn't hungry because, you know, I had the rest of them. I think we had pork chops and something else to go with it, potato or mashed potato or something like that. But, you know, and I never had a problem eating the things I could eat, but there were some things I couldn't eat. And she made a habit of making the weirdest stuff, you know. And there's a lot of, I can't eat artichokes. I don't like cabbage. I don't like spinach. Definitely not peas, you know. But I used to eat, and I know you guys remember, the older guys, we used to eat liver. You know, I wouldn't eat liver today, you know, only because I can't make it the way my mother did. She actually did a good job of making it. We knew what it was, but it tasted good, and we ate it, and we had it 2 or 3 times a week, you know. Poor man's steak, right? But yeah, I mean, there were rules though, and you had to, you know, there were times that she sent me to bed hungry because I wouldn't eat the crap she made, you know. And my sister was sort of the same way. She wasn't as bad as I am, but she went to bed hungry a couple of times too, you know. And that was the thing. Go to bed, you're not eating. That's fine. I'll go to bed hungry. I'll get breakfast in the morning. I'll be fine. But, you know. My dad would eat anything. I think only one time he refused to eat something she made. I don't remember what it was. It was something really bizarre, and he absolutely refused to eat it. And my dad would eat anything, you know. But he wouldn't eat that. And she was kind of mad at him for a while, too. So he said, I said, Mom, why do you make this stuff you know we don't like? Well, how do you know if you like it until you try it? I said, but if we try it and don't like it, you still try and make us eat it. You know, that's not the way it's supposed to work. If you just made normal food, you wouldn't have to go through this. We wouldn't get in trouble, and everybody'd be happy. You know. Well, how could you eat the same thing? Oh, I don't have an issue with it. You know. As long as it's something I like, I can eat it every day for life if I had to. You know. But there's no point making stuff I don't like or can't eat. And you know I'm not going to be able to eat it. What's the point of making it? You're throwing away good food. Well, good for somebody. I remember, she used to tell you, you know, there are kids in Africa that are starving and would eat that in Harvard. I said, good, box it up and send it to them. I get smacked after that one, you know, but it was a good answer. You know, if they're hungry, send it to them because I'm not eating this crap. You know. I remember my childhood was actually pretty good. It was fun. Train Man said, I remember as a kid going to the barber and there'd be Playboy magazines laying around all over the place. Yeah, none of the barbers I went to had those. My Uncle Benny was a barber when I was a kid. But he had a candy store. Well, we're not a store, but it could have been. In the back of his shop, his barber shop, there was literally racks and racks. He must have had a couple $1,000s worth of candy. I mean, back then that would have been a lot of candy, you know. Everything you can think of. And after you got your hair cut, you go back there and pick you out a couple of pieces of candy. Okay. And that was the deal, you know. And everybody that went in there got their hair cut, kids anyway, would get free candy. They don't do that anymore either. I mean, kind of, yeah, I would have rather had Playboy magazine, but they didn't have those. Even when I got older, I didn't see them, you know. Bummer. By that time, it was probably, you know, socially unacceptable. Yeah, you're right, Dave. Barbershops were not female-friendly back. They really weren't, you know. You never saw a woman go into a man's barbershop. Of course, the men didn't go into beauty salons either, because, you know, that was for women, and if you went there, you were probably, you know, a queer. So you didn't go into them, you know. Back in the good old days when we knew who was who, right? Dave says, better than lying in bed watching YouTube. That's true. They didn't have YouTube. They didn't have the internet back then, you know. I had a color TV I got for my 13th birthday. Or 13th Christmas, excuse me. I was 13 years old. My mother said, what do you want for Christmas? Because they would, you know, we'd be able to put in what we wanted. We didn't always get what we wanted, but I said, I'd like a little 13-inch color TV, you know. It'd be kind of cool to have. They said, well, if we get you a TV, you won't get anything else. So that's okay, that's fine. So she lied, of course. She got me the TV and got me one other toy. But I think she bought it used. I didn't care, it worked. It's a 13-inch color set, you know, with the rabbit ears. And back then, you can get 3 stations with the rabbit ears, and they came through all right. I got to watch Saturday morning cartoons and, you know, some of the shows I like to watch during the day. And it was cool, you know, but, you know, we had to do things, too. We weren't just given stuff, you know. And my mother said, you want anything in this world, you have to earn it, you know. My dad was the same way. You want something, you have to work for it, and you have to earn it. So, you know, we had chores to do. And I know you guys remember all this as well. Take out the trash, wash the dishes, you know. Sometimes we had to scrub floors. I mean, anything that needed to be cleaned, we'd alternate between me and my sister. You know, I said she was 4 years younger than me. But we took turns doing it. Everything from washing and sewing clothes. You know, my mother taught me how to sew at an early age. She had an old treadle machine. Some of you guys know what those are. It didn't have a motor on it. It had a treadle pedal, I guess you'd call it. You'd rock it back and forth, and that's how the thing sewed. And I learned how to sew on one. And, you know, everything I know today, I learned back when I was a kid. How to cook, clean, sew, you know, wash dishes. Everything that had to be done, you know, we had to do it at some point. And I think it made us better people, to be honest with you. And today, the kids don't do that shit, you know. I mean, my kids did, because I made them. Well, I didn't really make them. I mean, they actually wanted to do it, because they were at that age where, you know, Mom, Dad, can I do something to help? Sure, here, do this. You know, we'd show them how to do it. And we taught them how to cook and clean and everything else, so they knew how to do all these things, you know. Like I said, my grandkids, on the other hand, not so much, you know. You try and teach them something they simply don't like. Could you take out the trash? It ain't my job. Well, no, it's not, but would you do it anyway? No. Okay, fine. Fuck you. but that's what happens, you know, it's different. So, it is what it is. Artie says Playboy magazines were for chickens. I had the full-on sex action magazines in my catalog of magazines for sale. Well, they had a lot of the good ones. I had Cherry Magazine, Hustler. Remember Hustler? That was a good one. I can't even remember half the names of some. There were so many of them at the time. There was Penthouse. Penthouse and Playboy were about the, you know, they were kind of like you said, they're chickens. You know, they were stupid magazines. You know, they'd put one or two nudes in there, and the rest was just bullshit. You know, you picked up a Hustler, you got everything. You know. And like I said, they had Cherry Magazine. They had so many of them, I don't remember. And I never bought any, really. I think I bought a few, but most of them were given to me, you know. And I remember going to the city dump once, and I was unloading my truck, my van. I was cleaning it out, and black guy comes up. He says, "Hey," he says, "you read Playboy?" I says, "Yeah, why?" He says, "I got every issue from day one. If you want them, you can have them." Sure, I'll take them. He comes out with stacks and stacks of Playboys. It wasn't quite the first one, but I think the first one, I think it was like the 12th edition I had from that forward. And there was probably a couple hundred magazines there, you know. And they were all in good condition. They didn't have sticky pages or nothing, if you know what I mean. I took them and I kept them for years. I didn't really know what the hell to do with them. Eventually I tossed them because, you know, what am I keeping them for? I didn't think they had any real value, you know. But, of course, you know, I don't even know if they still even have Playboy magazine, do they? After Hefner died, I don't know what happened to his franchise, to be honest. Dwight says, I can kill a lot of zombies. Well, that's true. That's the good thing about the video games. It does, and they do. It does help you with is that mental acuity, I guess it's called, you know, and there's some other acuity too, but I can't think what it's called. I mean, it has its place, don't get me wrong, but, you know, if that's all you do, as I said, my stepdaughter's boyfriend, he's a gamer. He's good at gaming, nothing else, but he's good at gaming. You know, problem is, you can't really make money with that. And consequently, he can't keep a job for more than a few weeks, you know. And he's had some really ridiculous easy jobs, you know. Driving a truck, you know, babysitting a store or whatever. I mean, it's just stupid stuff, and he gets fired anyway, or he quits, you know. It's not good. I'm not that far behind, Dwight. Dave says a 5-year-old is much. Well, that's true. I mean, that's true with all of us, really. You know, I'm still a little bit tech savvy, not as much as, like you said, a younger person. But you remember too. Remember, you know, when the VCRs came out, it was us younger kids that were able to figure them out. My dad couldn't figure out how to use one to save his life. Yeah, when I tried to teach him, and it was just beyond his grasp. You know, I mean, no, eventually he did learn how to use it. But he came up and he says, "I want to get a video camera." I said, "All right." So we went out shopping and we got him a real nice Sony. It was a handy cam. I think it was $1,000, you know. It was relatively simple to use, but he could not. I don't know how many times I showed him how to use it. And every day he said, "Can you not show me how to turn this thing on and how to start recording?" Every time. He never figured it out. You know. It was just beyond his... And he loved, like, he had the old 8mm movie cameras. He had a Super 8 movie camera. Because we grew up around movies, you know. Home movies and stuff. I still have them. I transferred everything onto CD. But I got to take them somewhere to get them lightened up. Because the pictures are really dark and it's difficult to view them. But I got stuff all the way back from, I think, the 50s, long before I was born. You know, my dad took movies with him. He, when I was a little kid, he bought a Super 8 camera, and he gave me his 8mm wind-up camera. And I used to shoot movies with that all the time, too. So we were all photographers in the family. That was our thing, you know. I will have to leave soon. I got rehab evaluator. Oh, that's cool. Well, good luck with that, Artie. I hope they get you solved out there. I know you're still having issues with your shoulder and stuff, right? I hope they get that straightened out for you soon. It's not easy. I'm dealing with, I got a heel spur right now. It's very difficult for me to walk. I guess I'm going to have to see a doctor at some point. I mean, it comes and it goes. Or it used to, but now it's kind of more coming than not going. And it's a real pain in the ass. It's not fun. I don't know how the hell I got it. Somebody told me it's from, you know, having worn shoes, which is possible. But not fun either way. And Train Man wants to know, Dwight, what are you playing? Call of Duty Zombies? Alright, Andy. Well, thanks for hanging out, man. I know it's late over where you're at, so have a good evening, and we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend. And Dwight says, I'm better than you, Dave. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to argue it. Dave says, have fun, Artie. Hope she's cute. Yeah, hopefully. Or it could be some, you know, what do they call it? Some, that was their name? Somebody named Helga, about 400 pounds, you know. That would not be good. Hey, John Nippenberg, how you doing? Good to see you here. He says, evening, gents. I used to buy Jolly Ranchers off of Bud in high school. I sold Jolly Ranchers too, by the way, among other things. I took orders after a while too. People wanted specific things. I made sure I had them the next day, you know. I had a good business sense, even as a young, you know, as a teenager, and I knew how to make money, and I utilized it down the road too. But Trainman says, so do I. When I started, I was globally ranked in the millions. Right now, I'm globally ranked in the hundreds, and I play against all 3 platforms. Cool. Yeah, I'm not anywhere near any of that stuff, but I'm just not into it. I was doing some of what would you call them? I can't remember what the hell they're classified. They're video games, but on the PC. But they weren't like first shooter or anything like that. They were more of like a mystery thing. You had to solve things as you're going through the game. Probably pathetic by today's standards, but I enjoyed doing them, you know, because some of them were pretty good. But I haven't done one in a long time. This may have been coke during Obama. Yeah, it could have been, but not likely. Ray says, Biden and Camel Toe, Carrot Top all need to go. They all need to be on for treason. Unfortunately, you know, none of them will ever see the hanging rope. Not likely, anyway. John says, but I've never been to the White House. I didn't go inside. I did, because I remember some years back, my ex-wife, we toured the East Coast. And we hung out in Washington for about a week, in D.C., and saw all the attractions, you know. The White House, the Capitol, Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument. I didn't go into any of that stuff because I didn't feel a need to, you know. I just wanted to see it. We photographed it and moved on, you know, but it was fun. Same thing, you know, we were in New York City and checked out the Statue of Liberty. I didn't go up in it, but I was there at the base of it. And same with the Empire State Building. There's no way you were getting me up in the Empire State Building, you know, because of my fear of heights. But I got to check out a lot of things. We were always interested in a lot of stuff like that, but I didn't even know. I don't know. I didn't even know you can go in Hawaii. I guess recently they say there's actually tours that you can pay to go, but you're not allowed to bring your cell phone with you or any of that crap. Like, well, what's the point of going then? You know. I mean, you know, if Washington were alive today, he'd probably be pretty pissed off because, you know, in his day, people went to the White House, the guns strapped on them and everything else, and talked to Washington like he was a regular guy, because he was, you know. And you didn't have all this horse shit that they got today. They treat it's just more like a prison colony now, you know, or something like that. So it's crazy. I don't know why it goes that way. Let's see, I gotta see it. Let me check something out real quick here. I think my thing stopped again. I bet it did. Damn it. I gotta find something different for this. It's ridiculous. Let me try something here. I probably won't be able to see chat one. Try that one. Okay. Where did it go? It went away. I want the docs. Yeah, I'll get it right yet. Where the hell did it go? Oh, what's it doing way over there? Some weird stuff going on here. That's not working out for me too well. Ah! Let me try this. Jet 3. Nope, that one won't work. You know, there's a way to run this through StreamYard with OBS. I need to find out how to do it because I'm really getting tired of all this horse shit. Why is that doing this? All right. There we go. Okay. I won't be able to put anything up on the screen anymore, but that's fine. So we got the plumber. Good to see you, plumber. And Joe Rader's taking off. All right, Joe, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, you're probably long gone by now, right? No, I caught you. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you next week. And Dave's taking off too, so later on my internet sucks tonight. That sucks. All right, Dave, thanks for hanging out. And plumber's taking off to eat. Ray says George Washington would be appalled at what this country has become. Yes, he would. Like I said, he'd probably be calling for a revolution by now, or civil war. Ray is rolling in his grave like a rotisserie. More like a 3-speed fan on high, you know. It's ridiculous, but this is where we're at, you know. What are you going to do? I mean, and you know, it's not our fault specifically, but it's the United States citizenry's fault to a point, you know. I mean, even though we know Biden didn't legitimately win, but there were still a bunch of morons that voted for him. And if it were up to me, and I'm sure I'm going to catch a lot of shit for this, but I don't care. If it were up to me, I'd round them all up, put them on a boat, ship them to China or some other damn place where they want to be, because they want to be under socialism, and strip them of their citizenship forever, you know, because they don't belong in this country. Our country is founded on, you know, the principles of freedom. That's why we have a Bill of Rights and a Constitution, because we can be free people. And these idiots are trying to take that away from all of us. And you know, if it does happen, I don't think it will, but if it does, you know the bottom line what's going to happen. When the socialists or communists do take over, if they do, you know the first to die are going to be, right? All the fucking Democrats. Guaranteed. Because they're traitors. And the socialists aren't going to trust people that betrayed their own people in their own country. They'll be the first to be taken out. And they're so stupid, they don't even know this. Yet it's happened throughout the history of the world, you know. It's crazy. It drives me nuts, it really does. Well, like you said, what are you going to do, you know? Yeah, me too, Gerald. I'm appalled at what the country's become, too. It's not the country I grew up in. It really isn't, you know. And it's a shame, really, because things could be so much different and so much better. And all because a handful of jackasses want to control our every move, you know, for their own pleasure. I don't know where they get the pleasure from, but, you know. And I don't understand it myself, because if I were the ruler of the world, I'd be like the best king in the universe, because I don't give a shit. You know? Do what the hell you want, as long as you don't hurt anybody else. You know? Read what you want. Be what you want. You know? Have sex with whoever you want. I don't care. I don't think it's right. But as long as you keep it in your bedroom, it's your business. You know? Don't force it on everybody else, and we'll be fine. And don't screw with our kids, because, you know, I'll have to kill you. I don't understand, I guess because I don't have that kind of a mind, the necessity to rule over people and control everybody's movements and thoughts. There can't be any pleasure in it, not really. I mean, you'd have to be worried because, you know, you're going to make a lot of enemies, so you're going to have to be in fear of your life constantly, even though you're going to have the best security and stuff and the biggest guns and whatever. But, you know, I'm sure every king thought that in the past, and how many kings were killed by their own people? More often than not, because, you know, the kings got stupid. You know, well, you know, we don't care if you can eat or not, as long as I got my food, you can all eat the bugs. Yeah, the people that put up with that shit for too long is, you know, we don't think so. We got to get rid of this guy. So they killed the king. It's happened. It happens all the time. At least it did. So why would you want to put yourself in a position where you basically put a target on your back for the entire populace that you control? And to what end? What difference does it make what other people think, do, believe, or whatever? Who cares? As long as you keep the rule of law going, the basic rule should be is don't harm anybody, you know, and we won't bother you. You know, if you hurt somebody or do something, you know, evil or bad to somebody, yes, we're going to find you, we're going to kill you. But as long as you don't do those things, we don't care what you do, you know. You want to go down to your basement and worship Satan, knock yourself out. You'll get what you got coming. You know, it's between you and him. As long as you don't drag anybody else into it, we don't really care. But we live in a society now where there are those who want to control when we eat, what we eat, how we eat, who we have sex with, who we love, what things we can buy, what enjoyments we can have. I mean, they've gotten it down to just literally nitpicking every aspect of the average person's life. Why? What do you care what I eat? What do you care who I screw? Or when or where? You know? Not hurting you any. That's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Now, does that make me dumb? Maybe. I don't know. I just don't get it. You know? But this is the problem in the world today. We have people out there like that. There's a group of people, the elites, Illuminati, whatever the hell you want to call them, Masons, I don't know what they go by anymore, but whatever they are, they're there. And they want to knock the population down to 500 million, that they can control every aspect of your life and basically treat you like a slave. You will be a slave, for lack of a better term. You will have the bare necessities and that's it. And you will serve them and provide whatever entertainment they deem necessary. Do they really think that they can control 500 million people? I mean, eventually, somebody's going to get a bug up their ass and say, you know what? We need to kill them assholes. We outnumber them. They may have bigger guns and they have security. Doesn't matter. You know, we should try and kill them anyway, even if we die in the attempt. What difference does it make at this point? We're already basically slaves. We have nothing. We don't even have dignity anymore. So let's just kill the son of a bitch. If we survive, fine. If not, no loss. It's going to happen that way. No one could ever take control of the world and hold it. Many have tried. History shows they've tried. But in the end, they lose control and they wind up getting killed by the very people they're trying to enslave. You know. It's just the way it is. Let's see here, where are we at? This whole thing is so screwed. I think I got this laptop here. At least I can look at the chat a little bit. Russ says it is probably refreshing to be around like-minded people, right? Of course it is. Thomas More says, don't go in everyone's life, else's life, mind your own business. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. Of course, that's us. See, we got brains, you know, and we don't really care what other people do. As long as you don't hurt me, you can do whatever you want. You know, you shouldn't hurt anybody for that matter, but you know what I'm saying. What you do in your own home or your own bedroom is your business, you know. As long as you don't harm anybody else, then it's not a problem. But we're not in that line of thinking anymore, because the people that are in charge, they want to hurt everybody, you know. They want to mutilate your boys and your girls and make them something that will basically be nothing, you know. Turn them into eunuchs, I guess is the proper term for it. They want to sterilize your children. You know, I got a problem with that. And you guys heard about that new movie out there. What the hell is it called? Can't remember the name of it now, but it's about child sex trafficking. And of course, all the elites are having a big hissy over it. And they're doing everything they can to try and stop it, but it's too late. It's out in the open and it's kicking ass. Because, and not just the American people, all people do not want to see their children harmed in any way. And this is the problem with these idiots. Yeah, and if we have to, and I think it's going to come down, it might even break out into civil war over it. We're going to have to eliminate them at some point. You know, because if we don't kill them, they'll kill us. Or at least kill our kids. You know. And everything they're doing today is pointing toward that whole depopulation thing. You know, the whole, I won't say the word, shit, what the, I can't remember what we were calling it before. You know, the flu, the showstopper. The showstopper, that was the beginning of it. you know. And the showstopper didn't kill that many people. It killed a lot of blacks because I think it was designed to kill blacks. And the whites that died, they were basically killed in the hospitals. And they're admitting it now. You know? Not good. Anyway, we're straying away from the whole train thing because we're supposed to be talking about trains here. Well, what are we talking about? Trains here. All right, so, I guess I'm going to have to start looking for a file. Actually, I've got one to make a chassis for this. I'll have to change the dimensions of it. I'll have to make it shorter, but it'll work. And I should have this operational by next show. So thank you again, Thomas. I really appreciate this. Could probably turn it into a chicken car, you know. Wouldn't that be cool? You know. I'll leave the color the same, but I'll probably take the road name off of it and put something else on there that's chicken related. But it'll be cool. I really appreciate this. Is a neat one too. I got that black one that I bought at a train show, but at least this one has opening doors. That's cool. And I've got chickens. I could probably even put a couple of chickens in crates in there, you know, just for fun. That'll be cool. What else am I doing here? I got so much stuff to do. Unfortunately, I've been doing other things. And I don't know what's going on with this chat. It's not even coming, even though I got regular chat on here now, it's still not, it's not reading right. Why not? Let's tell you, it drives me, I gotta get this thing figured out. Yeah, this is all screwed up here, the one I do. And I don't know why. I'll just stop it. Let me go to the actual chat, which is on the, close that off. There we go. At least I can see the chat now, even though I see the delay on the screen, but let's see what did I miss here. Lots of stuff apparently. Alright, here we go. So Derek says, I don't know how slavery lasted as long as it did. You whipped me once and you're dead. Well, you know, unfortunately the blacks, I think they were probably beaten pretty severely before they got here. And so they probably were already indoctrinated into slavery, I would think. You know. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went. But yeah, today would be a problem. If they physically tried to enslave the American people, they would have a war on their hands, all right? Because that's why I won't give up my guns, because I figure if you want my guns, you're probably going to kill me at some point after you get them. So we'll just dispense with the wait and get into it now, and if I die, so what? But at least I'll die on my feet, and hopefully I'll take some of you with me. And that's why it's so important to never give up our guns. Because we will be enslaved, I guarantee it. There's no other reason why they want to take them away. You know. Let's see. Gerald Sword says, never squeeze another man's tomatoes. Good point. Train Man says, oh my God, I'm getting too old. I just tried to pay my mortgage payment twice. Well, yeah, that's bad. Unless you have the money, of course. Then maybe it's not so bad. Russ says, I'm surrounded by retards here in Oregon. You're in Oregon? Oh man, you got to get out of there, Russ. That's bad. Sound of Freedom, that's it. I couldn't remember the damn title. I want to see that movie too. I'm hoping my movie site will get it so I won't have to go to the theater. And if you guys, I was watching a YouTube video today at AMC theaters, which is where most of them are being showing at. They're having issues that are not by accident. And people are saying that they're getting their money refunded because the air conditioning is down inside the theater, not inside the bathrooms or the where the food area is, just inside the theater itself. So you know that's horse shit. And they're just like, because that show is dangerous, that movie, because it's starting to show the truth, something a lot of us knew about already, you know. And fortunately, this movie really brings it out in the open and gives some truth to it. And Hollywood is scared shitless. The politicians are scared shitless. All the rich basically are scared shitless because they're all in on it, you know. So they're trying to stop the movie from being seen. And it's going to destroy Disney World too, because Disney, they're in on it too. You know, I've been saying this for years, that Disney is one of the hubs for the child sex rings. I know they are. I can't prove it, but I know they are. You know. And you look at the shit they're turning out, and you're going, all right, well, what else could it be? Sounded like I had a derailment, but no, I don't. Corey says, I'm not fond of Hanoi Jane. She should have been hung for treason too, way back in the 60s. You know, she's a piece of work too. Another lesbian. She's hooked up with that comedian. What the hell's her name? I used to like her too, the comedian, but now not so much. But yeah, they're actually a couple, from what I understand. I can't remember her name though. She used to be a really funny comedian too. Sucks. Corey says, if Henry Fonda had settled for a blowjob, maybe we wouldn't be stuck with Jane. Good point there, Corey. Good point. Trainman says that's one of the first things Hitler did with ban gun owners. Of course he did. And look what wound up happening. He killed 6 million Jews supposedly, but he killed over 18 million people, period. Because he killed Germans, he killed Italians, he killed Polish, he killed everybody. You know, if he thought you might not agree with him, he just put a bullet in your head, you know, or put you off to one of the camps where you were gassed. You know, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully we learn something from World War II, I hope. But he's not the first one to do it. You know, China slaughtered their own people. Russia slaughtered their own people back when they were communist bloc. A lot of countries did. You know, the government can't be trusted with that kind of power. It will go to their heads and they will abuse it. And the only way we can keep them in check is for us to have guns. And that's why we should never give them up. Ray says, I wanted to move there permanently, but then saw which way they were going, unfortunately. Oregon. I mean, I always thought it was a great place, too, until I started finding out about their politics, and I'm thinking, there ain't no way in hell I'm ever going there. You know. Beautiful country, though, from what I understand. Russ said the same thing. It's still beautiful scenery-wise. Politics, not so much. There are still good people in some suburbs and in eastern Oregon. Well, yeah, because isn't some of Oregon's counties defecting over to Idaho? Which I guess is going to happen, too, from what I understand. You know. Russ says, unfortunately, I cannot afford to move. Yeah, I hear you. That sucks. What are you going to do, you know? As I said, I'm glad that, you know, I wound up down here. Because even, you know, I'm originally from New Jersey. And the problem with Jersey is it's very expensive to live there. And of course, it's a blue state too, but, you know, and that's an issue I also have a problem with, because I have no issue with gun ownership. I own guns. I think everybody should own a gun, you know. If everybody were allowed to use their gun, we wouldn't have any crime left because the criminals would all be dead. Which is the way it's supposed to be. So, you know, but the main thing, I couldn't afford to live in New Jersey. I mean, the property taxes there are nuts, you know. Where down here the property taxes are relatively inexpensive. And, you know, Russ says it's been my home for 59 years. That's most of your life. Yeah, I hear you. And it's hard to leave too, you know, when you've been someplace your entire life. You have to start over again. All you can do is hope that eventually things turn, you know. And they might. They always do. I mean, at some point. I mean, you guys got a lot of problems up there from what I see on the news. You know, at some point somebody's got to say, you know what, we can't do this shit anymore, you know. Of course, I don't know, because it seems like some of the people up there seem to be okay with it, you know. Oh, we don't mind people pissing and shitting in the streets, or living in tents, you know, or stealing everything blind. We got no problem with that, you know. I don't know. Once again, I don't know what kind of people think like that, but they should be dealt with. At least I think anyway, you know. I mean, that could just be me, but, you know, what do I know, right? It is what it is, but like I said, I have issues with it. And I'm going to try and restart my other chat. Maybe. Maybe it'll go, maybe it won't. I don't know. I did something different this time. I shut it down completely. And now I'm going to redo it completely, so we'll see what happens. What did I do here? HTTPS. That right? Yep, okay. I tell you, I get so disgusted with some of this stuff on the internet. You know, you'd think they would make something that works 100% of the time, 100% correctly, but no. That would be too damn easy now, wouldn't it? Alright, let's see what happens now. Trying to load. Alright, it loaded. Get down to the bottom and see if we're... Oh, okay, we're good to go again, I think. Maybe. I'll go back to OBS. Hey, we're back in business, yay! Maybe, right? Yeah, Portland would suck. I wouldn't want to... I've never been there, but I've heard it's really bad. And I'm not surprised, really. Just the way things are, I guess. Tammy and Ray, I'm back. Sorry I had to get the guys settled. Oh, I'm tired. Yeah, I hear you. Hey, didn't much. We were basically doing a bitch session about the state of the economy anyway. We do that a lot here for some reason. And Ray said, I lived in Cali for 60 years, then ran like hell goofing on the computer one day, found a house, made an offer, and started packing 2 months later. I missed the scenery mountains there, but not the politics. Yeah, I hear you. You know, I hear California used to be a really beautiful place, but with idiots like, you know, Gavin Newsom, he didn't really destroy it. It was destroyed long before him, but he's been throwing fuel on the fire, you know. And it's very unfortunate because what is wrong with these people? I mean, I just don't get it. I really don't. I don't understand what their end game is. Is it really just this destruction of the U.S.? It seems like it, because no good could come out of any of it. How could you get up in the morning and say, hey, let's make it legal to steal $950 worth of stuff from the grocery or from the retail stores, because that'll help the crime element and it'll equalize things with the people? I mean, you can't seriously believe that, you know, because any idiot, I mean, and literally the village idiot would figure out, well, if you do that, even the the legal people, the moral people, will go and steal because now it's legal to do it. You know. Oh, he said the reason why we all don't kill each other is because murder is illegal. And the majority of us don't want to pay the price if we get caught. You know. Whatever you do to me, I mean, short of trying to kill me, that would be self-defense, and that's okay. But if I didn't like you for some reason, there's nothing that would make giving up my life worth taking yours. Because killing you would ultimately either put me behind bars for life or end my life somewhere in the near future. And because of that, we don't go around killing people. If it was legal to murder people, oh shit, we'd all be dead. You know? I mean, I don't care who you are. Somebody at some time pissed you off enough to where you seriously considered, although it's not legal, so you didn't go that far with it, but if it had been legal to kill that person, you would have done it. And you all know I'm right about this, you know. Unfortunately, though, there are those nowadays that simply don't care. And, well, what are you going to do? Russ says that'll be the best movie of your life, Ray. Yeah, right? Well, yeah, because you know what? California, it's just... I don't even want to visit there now. It's that bad as far as I'm concerned. Russ says California's going back to the ways of the West. Yeah, maybe. Although, none of them are armed. That's the problem, except for the bad guys, but, you know. Tanny says, yep, preach. Yeah, well, we're doing that, aren't we? Ray says, Russ, rocking, been in North Carolina 2 years now. Don't miss Cali other than the fly fishing in the Sierras. Yeah, but you know, North Carolina's not bad. So my son's mother lives up there. My son lives there too, but unfortunately he's not right either. He's, by all intents and purposes, trans. Thinks he's a woman. Don't want to go there. But I've spent time up there with him and his mother. And it's not bad up there, you know. I think South Carolina's nicer. But North Carolina's not bad. Joe says a lot of people are only alive because it's illegal to kill them. That's true. And that's exactly right. I'm telling you. When I was younger, you know, I had my, I mean, I would never act on it, but I had a kind of a kill list, you know, of people that had done me wrong, that seriously tried to hurt me or my family. And if it had been legal, I would have hunted them down and killed them all. You know, I won't do that because I don't want to go to prison, and you know, that's because it's wrong to kill people. But seriously, I mean, like I said, everybody there. That's true. It really is. You know. That's what I said. If they ever decided to make it legal to kill people, and you never know, they might, we're going to have some big problems in this country. Because it'll be kill or be killed, you know. I mean, there's people that don't even know me that I'm sure would just look at me and kill me if they could get away with it, you know. So I'd have to be ready to kill them first. It'd be a big mess. But like I said, you don't stop theft by legalizing it. No more than, oh, look what they did with the pot. Now, just to be straight with the record, I don't have an issue with pot. I don't use it. I did once a long, long time ago for a very short time. I thought it was a waste of time and money. I don't like being high. I like being in charge and control because I'm a control freak, sort of. But the biggest mistake they made was legalizing it. Because it created more problems than it solved. Now, I don't think it should have been a jailable offense except for the dealers, you know. I mean, if you got caught with a joint or a quarter ounce or something, who cares? You're not trying to sell it, obviously, for personal use. Still shouldn't be legal, but I don't think you should go to jail for it. Maybe a fine, you know. California did that for a while. Didn't they fine you for, I think it was anything less than an ounce? You would get some sort of a monetary fine. But Colorado was the first one to legalize it. What happened? The first year after they legalized it, car accidents went up, workplace accidents went up. Everything happened because people were high all the time. You know, they were going to work high, they were driving their car high. You know, now I know what happens when you smoke pot. It slows you down. You know, you ever see somebody that's stoned out of their mind? They're doing 5 mile an hour down the road, all paranoid and shit. You know, but they do cause accidents, and they do get in accidents. So the first time they busted somebody for being, they didn't have, we have here DUI, driving under the influence. They still had DWI in Colorado, driving while intoxicated. Well, that directly relates to alcohol. And because they can't really determine, like if you drink, you blow into the meter and you'll have like a, what is it, most of it's anything 0.05 I think or less is you're drunk. You know, I'm not sure what the numbers are because I never got busted for that because I didn't drink to drive that much. But they had a way to measure it. They couldn't measure, I don't know if they can now, but at the time they could measure how much pot was in your system. So they'd pull you over for driving impaired, but they couldn't get you for DWI because you weren't drunk. You weren't intoxicated. You were under the influence. They had to actually change their whole statute and change it to DUI instead of DWI. But in the meantime, all these people were driving around stoned out of their gourds, causing accidents and stuff, and they didn't really get in any trouble over it. I think it's different now, but, you know, they didn't see this coming. I don't understand that, you know. I mean, I remember there was a guy, I knew him, sort of. He was a friend of a friend. He was a construction worker. He was in Marco Island down south of Naples, this many years ago. He liked to get stoned all the time. He'd smoke on the job, he'd smoke at home. Literally, whenever he was awake, he was toking on a joint. Well, this idiot, stoned out of his mind, 12 stories up, lost his footing on the edge and fell to his death. You know. And of course they found out he was stoned when they, you know, did the autopsy on him. So workman's comp wouldn't cover it, which seemed to be fair, you know. So the family tried to sue the construction company that employed him, and he said, "Look, we had no control over him, you know. I mean, did they know he was getting high? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But the point is, he lost whatever money he would have, well, his family would have gotten for his untimely death, you know. As I said, if you want to get high at home in the evening, when you're home for the night, and you're not going out anywhere, go ahead, knock yourself out. But you don't get fucking high, jump in your car, or go climb a 10-story building and see if you can fly, you know, because, I mean, it usually doesn't do that, but some, you never know. Because you're going to court disaster, you're going to cause problems. And this is what happened when they legalized it. They should have legalized it with some restrictions, you know. All right, you can smoke pot, we don't care, but you have to do it at home, you know. Or at least someplace where you will not operate a motor vehicle, you know. You can't do it while you're employed, you know, while you're on the clock. Other than that, yeah, knock yourself out, get as high as you want, you know. But they didn't do that. Instead, it was like, yeah, go ahead, smoke, do whatever you want. Drive, fly, you know, do whatever. Who cares? And now it's biting them in the ass, you know. And there were people that believed that if they legalized it, people wouldn't do it. But that might have been true a long time ago in the 60s and 70s. Because, you know, most of the people that did it because it was illegal and they thought they were bucking the system. Today, they're doing it because they can't deal with reality. You know, because reality sucks in a lot of ways. You know. Danny says, thank you, Jim. South Carolina. I like South Carolina. A friend of mine just moved up there. He's in, I think, Greenville, maybe? It is South Carolina. It's just south of the North Carolina border on the western part of the state. It's Greenville or something green. It's Kika Green, and I remember that. I haven't been up there. One of these days I want to go up and visit him. But he moved out of Naples and moved up there because he got fed up with Naples too. Gerald says if you can kill babies, it should be legal to kill assholes. Well, I kind of almost agree with you on that one. You know, I would rather kill the assholes than the babies. You know, I just save the babies and kill the assholes. Unless the babies grow up to be assholes, you don't need to kill them. Corey said if they told me I only have 6 months left and I had a few weeks of decent health left, I'd rain down fire. You know, I've said that many times when I was younger. I don't think I would. I don't know. I might though. You never know, you know. But yeah, if I knew for sure I was going to die. But see, that's the problem. I figured it'd be my luck. I'd go out and kill all the assholes that I wanted to. And then find out that my disease went into remission. I'm going to live forever. So that would probably keep me from doing that. But, you know. But I understand your point. You know. Or even if I got real ill, if I was 90 years old and was still mobile, which may or may not happen if I lived that long, I would seriously consider taking out a few assholes that have done me wrong in my life, you know. I mean, probably not, but it's something to think about, you know. Like I said, I don't really think it's right to kill people. I mean, if somebody were going to kill me or hurt me or my family, I would kill them without blinking an eye. That's self-defense. I have no issue with self-defense. Would I kill somebody for some other reason? Probably not, you know. Ray says, I live so close to the North Carolina, South Carolina border, if I sneeze the wrong way, I'm in a different state. Yeah, good one, Ray. I like that one. And Teddy's okay, Jim, got to go. Everyone stay safe and well. We appreciate you all. Well, we appreciate you too, Tammy and Ray. You guys are doing a great job down there, or up there from where I'm at. And keep on keeping on. I look forward to seeing how the layout progresses down the road. Anyway, have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week. And be good and have fun. We'll see you later. Russ says, I think the Dems might try that with Trump if his trial does not go the way the Dems want. I don't think they're that stupid, unless they really want civil war, because if they were to do anything to him, I think that would set most of the country off. Well, at least half of the country anyway, you know. I just don't see how it couldn't. And I think that's the only reason why he's still alive. Because taking him out would, well, it'd make him a martyr for one. And I think it would destabilize everything, you know. I think that would be the line that they don't want to cross. So they're trying everything but that. But will they get desperate enough to try it? Who knows, you know. But at this point in time, it doesn't matter what they do. They've already lost, you know. They just don't know it yet. But their grand plan is not going to happen now. Because the people know too much. And not just the American people, the people in the world, you know. And we're seeing this in all the civilized countries. The people are revolting. They're fed up with it. They don't want to be enslaved. They don't want to be, you know, pushed down to eating bugs and whatever. Nobody wants that, you know. So but I don't see them giving up gracefully. That's the problem, you know. Now, Trump is supposed to take care of business if he wins. I hope he will, you know. Because it really needs to be done. I mean, we really need to bring back the galley, you know, the hanging galley, whatever you call it. Gallows, excuse me. We need to bring back the gallows. And we need to start hanging these people. We really do. Hey, it's cheap. And you can even charge admission for it. And maybe even pay off the deficit by doing it. There's a lot of them, so if they only charge $10 a head, you know, for those who want to watch somebody hang, they'd pay off the deficit in a few months probably. You know. Derek says, Corey, so it is true that The radical MAGAs are the biggest threat, LOL. I think a lot of reps have a list if they get cancer. That's probably true too. We're only a threat to socialism. And the true Republicans, what few there are, I think, as far as government types, they would probably agree that we need to start executing all the treasonous bastards out there. And of course, the good news is the Democrat people, the idiots that are for this stuff, they'll leave in droves. They're already starting to, because of all the laws against the LGBTQ plus. A lot of them are leaving. Here, Dylan Mulvaney, he's in Peru right now. He's scared to death. He said, I had to leave America. I was afraid for my life. Well, you need to be, So let Peru deal with him. We don't want to have to deal with him. If we were smart, we'd strip him of his citizenship and keep him over there. We don't need these people here. Like I said, I don't care what they do, but the problem is they're not content to just do their thing and leave everybody else alone. They're trying to get laws through that'll force you and me to address them by their preferred pronoun. Bullshit. If you're a male, I'm going to call you a guy, or him, or Mr., or whatever. I'm not calling you ma'am. I'm not calling you a woman, 'cause you ain't one. And I don't give a damn what the law says, But this is the problem. They're trying to force us to go along with their fantasy. That's not acceptable, And I know most of you guys feel the same way I do, so I'm kind of preaching to the choir, I guess, but it's true, There, Russ. Ooh, MAGAs are scary, orange man bad. I really don't like Trump. I think he's a pompous ass, but he's the best thing that we have right now. And he may be the only hope for this country surviving. It's the become the republic we once were again. I don't think anybody else can do it. Greenville Magic Place. Okay, so you're familiar with it already. Okay. Thomas says, hey Jim, I found 17 railroad spikes from Scott City, Missouri and Cape Girardeau yesterday. I don't know what the MO's for, but that's cool. You get around pretty good. You sent me a picture of yourself. You look different than what I pictured you at, which is a good thing, mind you, but you're a young man too. You're a lot younger than I am. What are you, in your 30s? I'm guessing. Might be older, but you don't look very old. Artie says I'm back. Ray says Greenville is about 2.5 hours from us. Okay. It really is a pretty country, South Carolina. I like it. If I were going to leave here, which I probably never will, but I would seriously consider South Carolina. It's not crazy cold. You get snow and stuff, but not as bad as like Tennessee. My ex-wife and her husband, they moved to Tennessee a few months back, and I'm thinking, are you people nuts? I've been to Tennessee. Too damn cold there. I don't want to live there. But I would consider South Carolina. Let's see. Alright, so 30 minutes from my South Carolina home. Oh, okay. Thomas says, I hate shitheads. Well, we all do. Problem is, there's so many of them. Derek says, killed for less and haven't lost a minute's sleep because of it. There you go, right? I've never killed anybody, at least not that I'm aware of anyway. I broke a few bones here and there, though, over the years, but, I'm fortunate. I don't want to ever really have to kill someone, but And I've heard people say once you take a wife, you're never the same again. And that may be true. I don't know. But I've kind of, what's the right word for it? I've reconciled with myself that if I have to take a wife to save my own or my family or my pets, I'd be okay with it, you know, because it would be self-defense. And if I don't kill them, they'll kill me, or they'll kill my wife, or they'll kill my dogs. I got a problem with that, you know, and I'm not willing to let that happen, not easily anyway. So I want to believe I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I would hope that I'd be strong enough to not let it mentally bother me, you know. Artie says, I let karma do its work, sit back, drink my favorite juice, and watch the show unfold. Well, I've always done that too, you know. And unfortunately for some, there are people in my past that have done me wrong, not to die over, but they did anyway. I had nothing to do with it, you know. Kind of, they were on they did their own Darwin Award type thing, but you know, and that's karma, I think, too, you know. And my life, I try to do the best I can. I help people out where I can, and it seems to come back, and it's helped me a lot. But you know, that's the way it is. All right, Corey. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, and have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, which, you know, leaves you wide open. Thomas says, Mopac Railroad has the same spikes as Illinois Central Railroad. I tell you what, you are definitely the go-to guy for railroad spikes. I think you know more about them things than probably the damn railroads do. Which is pretty cool, really, you know, because I don't know really anything about them. Artie said the truth on who were the real troublemakers had shown their color. That's true. You know. Derek says you need President, House, and Senate. Well, that's the problem, though. They're all crooked, you know. And even the House, they don't have any. Well, they seem to have grown a pair lately. But all these years, they let all this shit happen. They could have stopped it years ago, you know. The transgender thing, the LGBT, the crime, the gun prohibition. They could have stopped all that shit years ago, but they didn't because it wasn't in their interest. See, they're a little nervous now because they know we're on to them. And I think that's a good thing for us, sort of, but still, you know, when a representative or a congressman does something, I'm thinking, okay, that's fine, but, you know, why didn't you do this 10 years ago? You know, why are you doing it today? And even then, a lot of the bills they push through, they look good, but the Senate won't approve it. And even if the Senate did, Biden will reject it. We don't have the numbers to override Biden's veto. So it's just a show. That's all it is, you know. Well, we're gonna pass through, like, so they're gonna defund the ATF. Well, they can't really do that. I mean, you'd think they could, but it has to be approved by Congress, and ultimately Biden has to sign it. Well, you know Biden's not going to sign it. He's the one behind it. You know, it's a stupid system. I was always told that Congress controls the purse. They control the money. So they should be able to take a vote and say, okay, let's cut off the budget for ATF. We have a majority vote, good, it's done, cut off the money. But it apparently doesn't work that way, even though I was led to believe that it's supposed to. You know, basically, our government's a joke. You know, if they can do something, they're not doing it. And when they try to do something, it gets blocked anyway. So what the hell good is it? You know? I think it should go back to the people, most of it. You know? Let's ask the people if we should defund the ATF. Let us decide. You know? Or let us decide if we want to defund the IRS. I know that one, everybody's on board with that one. You know? Take it to a nationwide vote, majority wins. Of course, they won't do that because they know the outcome. You know. And that's another problem, Russ. This fucking digital dollar shit. If they get away with that, our country's over. And I'm not exaggerating because they will control every dime that every one of us has. So you want to go out next week and buy that new Big Boy Loco and HO scale you wanted? And they don't like what your opinions are. Nope, we're not going to let them buy it. And they can stop you. Because they control your money. At least while you have control of the money, you can do what the hell you want with it. And that's the only reason they want to do this digital dollar. It'll all be fake anyway. It's not going to be gold backed. The physical dollar isn't gold backed now. Why would they back a digital dollar with gold? They're not going to do it. It won't be real money. And they'll give and take it as they please. I got some issues with that. Send it all in the line. I tell you what, it's crazy. It really is. It's getting worse and worse too. Rest says if the trans world would not push their bullshit agenda in our faces, they would be in a much. Well, of course they would. If they did their own thing and didn't bother anybody, I don't care what they do. I think they're wrong. I think they're mentally whacked. But that's just my opinion. What you do in your house is your business. But keep it in your house. I'm not out here screwing my wife out in the middle of the street, okay? Because one, it's illegal. And two, probably nobody wants to see that anyway. You know, except for maybe some perverts. But I don't do that, so why do they want to do it? And that's basically what they're doing. You see these pride parades, they're walking around either naked or mostly naked, you know, in front of God and everybody, getting blowjobs and hand jobs and everything else. What the hell is wrong with these people? And why isn't the cops there arresting them on sodomity charges? Because if you did that with your wife or girlfriend, you're going to jail. But as long as you got your rainbow flag, you can legally do that. Bullshit. But this is why they're in the boat they're in, because they won't keep it to themselves. You know, before they legalized gay marriage, and before they did away with the sodomy laws, because I remember as a young man, you couldn't do that legally, you know. I mean, it was never really enforced, but it was still on the books. But the gays kind of kept their shit quiet, you know. They didn't really take it out in the street too much. As soon as we took that off the books and gave them the ability to marry, all of a sudden they're out in our faces, you know. I got a problem with that, you know. And it's not about equality. It's not about human rights. It's about common decency and common courtesy. Like I said, you know. You don't see guys screwing their girlfriends or wives in the middle of the street in broad daylight for all to see, you know. I mean, it might happen once in a while, but it's not an everyday practice, obviously. But yet, they want to be able to do this, and you have to enjoy it and maybe even jump in on it. I don't think so. So yeah, they did screw themselves over. And I don't feel bad about it. You know what? And this is one of those things, give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. Well, they're hanging themselves pretty good right now. That Smoke Mountains blocks most of the snow. Okay. Isn't Tennessee turning purple? I think it is, Russ. Once again, well, same with Texas. Texas is turning purple a little bit too. Because, once again, they're letting all the idiots from California, you know, not the good people, but the idiots, they're letting them come from California, Oregon, and Washington State, letting them move to places in Texas like, was it Austin, I think? Austin is almost completely blue now, you know. Why do they put up with it? They should make them sign up. Say, here's the deal. You want to move here, you're welcome to, but you have to leave your politics behind. So you have to become a registered Republican and vote Republican you know, and follow our laws and the Constitution in order to live in our state. And if they refuse, well, there's the border. Get the fuck out. You know, I don't know if that's legal or not, but I do it anyway. Thomas says BNSF Railroad is in Cape Girardeau, excuse me, Missouri. That's what the MO means. Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that. Didn't see it for some reason. Hey, Ian, how you doing? Lehigh River Subdivision. Ian says, my best friend is a conductor for NS, Norfolk Southern. He was on a train. A woman committed suicide in front. It affects you for sure. He's as tough as nails, no bullshit guy, but could tell it bothered him for some time. Yeah, I'm sure it would. I'm sure it does. I've actually seen people murdered up close and personal. First time I saw it was in New York City. I was about 7 years old. I was standing on the street corner with my mother and my little baby sister. I think we were waiting for my dad to pick us up, and they didn't call him that back then, but it was a drive-by shooting. And they killed the guy on the other corner. He was dead or graveyard dead, you know. And I remember the first time I seen that, it's like, whoa, that's weird, you know. And I've seen death a few times, you know. It does bother me to a point, but I also understand that there is evil in the world, and I'm not trying to say I'm a tough guy or anything, because I'm not, but I think that it's easier for me to accept some things because I understand that they're real and that they will happen. Of course, that's not the same as me actually taking a life. That may come out completely differently. I don't know. I've never killed anybody. I don't know how I would react. I want to believe that I'd be okay with it if it was self-defense. You know, I couldn't just cross the road and say, there's an asshole, I'm going to kill him, and actually do it. I'd probably lose it. I'd be locked up for sure. Probably in a mental house more than a jail. I couldn't do that, you know. But if somebody came to me and says, hey, I'm going to kill you, pulls out a knife or a gun, I'd pull out my gun first and kill him to save myself. I want to believe I'd be okay with that. Because in my mind, that person is evil. And evil must be eradicated. Will it work out that way? I can't say. I said, I've heard people say that once you take a life, you're never the same. And maybe that's true. I don't know. You know. Hope I don't have to find out. Let's put it that way. But if I do, I hope I can deal with it. Ray says, so true, Russ. What you do in your bedroom is up to you. Don't force it on. Exactly. I don't care what people do. That's between you and your God if you believe in him. Even if you don't, you'll probably figure out you're going to have to deal with it anyway at some point. But it's not my business, you know. It's not my right to judge anybody in that respect. And I won't do it. I don't care. But you mess with my kids, if you mess with me, we're going to have a problem. You know. Because that is not acceptable to me. And unfortunately, they said the whole trans movement right now is actually accelerated over 5,000% throughout the country. It's mostly Gen Z kids. They don't even know why they're doing this. You know, they may just be literally playing a game. It's like playing dress up to be cool, you know, to be part of the in crowd, they think. Or maybe they just really don't know what the hell they are. I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't, you know. I'm a pretty intelligent individual. I have a high IQ and shit. But I don't understand any of this stuff, you know. I have never once in my entire life up to this point have ever questioned whether I was a man or a woman. You know, I'm a man. Before I was a man, I was a boy. You know, never been up for debate. Never had any doubts. Never questioned it. Never looked in the mirror and said, well, you know, maybe I am a girl trapped in a boy's body. Never did that. And I'm pretty sure you guys never did either. So all of a sudden, there are all these kids, the Generation Z, Why are they doing this? I have no idea. Maybe they're being indoctrinated in the schools. Maybe somebody's slipping on a Mickey. Remember those? You know, drugging them somehow. Maybe it's in the water. I don't know. But how do you go from 1/2 of 1% of the populace identifies as transgender, and it goes up 5,000% literally overnight? How does that happen? You know. And if these people truly don't know what they are, they have much bigger problems than they realize. And it should be pretty simple. Stand in front of a mirror, drop your drawers. You know, if you got one, you're a guy. If you don't have one, you're probably a girl. You know, it's simple, right? I always thought it was anyway. All right, Trade Man. Well, thanks for hanging out with me, and you have a good night. And we'll see you next week. Have a good weekend, too. Races, I think we should defund all three. Oh, of course, every one of them. Yeah, IRS, FBI, CIA, ATF, anything with letters, actually. And there's so many of them, you know. And the longer I watch the news, the more I find out about this stuff, you know. What the hell I see the other day is some, can't remember what the hell it was. There's a 4-letter agency. And they oversaw something to do with food. It wasn't the FDA. It was some new thing. And I'm thinking, where the hell did that come from? You know. I mean, they're making these things up as we go. And that's part of the problem. We got too many agencies. We need to get rid of them all. We don't need them. Derek says, so Big Jim, you have to do your wife on the front lawn wearing a rainbow cape. Well, if I did that, I guess, well, no, because I'd have to be with another guy, you know. Or dressed as a woman, then I could do it with her, but, you know. You can't have a man and a woman do that. It has to be a man and a man, woman and a woman, or a zebra and a computer, some stupid thing like that ain't normal. Then you can get away with it. But you got to have the pride flag out there, otherwise you're going to jail. Gerald says, you can screw your wife in public, just tell her when you are a lesbian trans woman. Well, yeah, once again, if you got the pride flag and you dress up as a woman, yeah, technically, you probably could get away with it. But we don't do those things. For obvious reasons, you know. Because we don't want to, push our stuff on anybody else either, you know. And there's no reason to. Do what you want. As long as you do it in your own room, you're behind closed doors, I don't care. I mean, people do a lot of weird shit anyway, you know. I mean, really weird stuff, you know. What the hell is that one thing that they do? Autoeroticism? That usually kills you because you get carried away with it. That one guy, Kung Fu. The guy that played that, what the hell is his name? Can't remember his name now, but the guy that played Kung Fu in the original series. They found him hanging from his doorknob. And he was, it was autoeroticism. He was trying to get off harder by choking himself while he was, and he died in the attempt. I mean, what the hell is wrong with these people, There's something seriously wrong there. I'm sorry, there just is. Ian says, if someone is attacking your family, I agree, you do what you... Well, you have to. And you read about this stuff all the time, And unfortunately, it's people who don't believe in guns, Oh, he raped and killed my wife right in front of my face. They dismembered my kids. I couldn't do anything. Well, I don't give a damn if you had a gun or not. If you believe in guns, I would have done whatever I can to try and kill them son of a bitches. Even if I died in the attempt, But that's me. I know most of you guys would do the same thing. And most of us are smart enough to have guns, so this really isn't an issue. I could never stand by and watch that, even if a stranger. Remember years ago, it was up in Boston, I think? They gang raped a woman on a pool table in a bar. Okay? Nobody did anything. They took pictures and watched. See, if I'd have been there, and of course I'd have had to have a weapon of some sort, even a pool stick would have worked, somebody would have got killed that day, hopefully not me, because there's no way I could have watched that happen. But that's me. But unfortunately, the people were so afraid or perverted that they thought it was something fun to watch. You know, I don't get it. But that's what happens today. I couldn't stand by and watch that happen, you know. At some point, I'd have to dive in there. But I'm not stupid either. I'm not going to, you know, I know I can't do anything unarmed. So I'd have to have a gun with me, pretty much. Hey, Rick's Railroad, how you doing? Good to see you here. Yeah, Ian says it's all for likes on social media. People are so hard up for attention for others. Yeah, you might be right, Ian. That would make sense, you know, because I read a report and I said I didn't know what to think of it, but they polled all these Gen Zers, well, at least young people anyway, and they said they identified as the opposite sex, but none of them went for the surgery or the puberty blockers or any kind of operation that changed their physical bodies, you know. So basically you got men dressing up like women and women dressing up like men, and it doesn't go any farther than that. And you may be right, it may be just for likes on social media. It's still fucked up, you know. I think that's, you know, I'll admit, I dressed up as a woman once. I was 17 years old, and my friend, he was a little older than me, we let our wives convince us to dress up as women for Halloween. The first and only time I did. I had a full beard, dressed like a woman, because there was no way I was shaving my beard, you know. But we didn't, you know, we didn't go beyond that, you know what I'm saying? Still a little weird, looking back at it. But, you know, that's one thing. But there ain't no way I would try and pretend to be a woman. That's just wrong. Alright, he says it's the perverts that are pushing the agenda. They want sex on the street. Exactly right. Because that's what they're doing. You saw what happened, well, I don't know how much U.S. News you watch, Artie, but a few weeks ago, during Pride Month, idiot Biden invited the LGBT trans people to the White House for a big party, right? So, you know, the trans people, they got real comfortable, and one of them pulled his top off, even though it looked like a woman, but it wasn't. But he's there playing with his tits. Hey, I'm a woman and I can do this in the White House. Isn't that cool? It's not cool. You're a pervert. Put your clothes back on. We don't want to see you naked anyway, because you're not a woman. But you're right. They want to do this stuff in public. They want us to revel in it, cheer them on, and hopefully participate. Ain't none of the above is happening here. I can guarantee you that. It ain't right. Rick says we have a high-low driver. He doesn't know if he's male or female. Well, you know there's a way to prove it to him, right? Get him to stand outside, stand tall, kick him right between the fucking nads, and if he goes down screaming like a bitch, he's a guy. And then he'll know whether he's male or female or not. That's all I can say on it. Thomas says, Jim, you need to go to Missouri to see BNSF. I'd never get out to Missouri. That's too far to drive, Thomas. But I would love to, but I think I'm at that point in life now where that kind of travel is just not going to happen. Plus, I don't have the money. But, you know, I'll have to settle for pictures instead. Nice thought, though. Ian says, no kid should be sexualized at all, but can't explain that to the... Oh, exactly. You know, and you got grown men with full beards, usually fat as hell, big beer bellies, dressed in bikinis, if even, dancing and strutting their stuff in front of children, and they think that's okay. Well, if it were my choice, I'd say let's take them out back, give them a couple of lead injections, and solve the problem right there. But unfortunately, we're not allowed to do that. You know, at the very least, beat them so badly that they won't want to think about being a woman anymore. You know, something needs to be done. In the old days, if somebody did that and you didn't hear about it, because if it did happen, it was dealt with quickly and quietly, somebody would have beat the hell out of you. I mean, seriously beat the hell out of you. You know, like a few weeks in the hospital beat the hell out of you. And that solved the problem. But at least everybody knew that, though. So, you know, if you got a bone up your ass one day and said, you know, I think I'm going to be a woman. But if I do that and somebody sees me, they might put me in the hospital. Yeah. Today you don't have that threat because we're not allowed to do it. So this is why you're seeing all this crap out there, because they know they can get away with it. Trust me, if the president, he wouldn't of course, but let's say Trump got it and says, look, from this day forward, if you see a transgendered person, you can't kill them, but you can beat them with an inch of your life, an inch of their lives. And actually decreed that that was now the law of the land. You'd see how fast people stop pretending to be a woman. And the women would stop pretending to be a man too, because it would go both ways. But until that happens, it's not going to change. As long as you protect them, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. You know. It's the same with the California law about stealing $950 worth of stuff. All right? People are going to continue shop. Even people who never shoplifted before are going to start because it's legal now. And they can't understand why Walmart wants to pull out of San Francisco because they've lost billions of dollars from theft. Well, what did you think was going to happen? You know? So this is the problem. If you take away the punishment, nothing changes. Artie says, oh, mine gone into hiding from the cold. What does that make me? That's bad, Artie. Nah, you're still a guy, though. Doesn't matter. And you know it. I can't imagine you pretending to be a woman. Sorry, just can't. I don't see it. You know, no more than I would. I would never do that either, you know. And if I ever did, you better send me to the nearest shrink because something happened up here. You know. But you'll never see that, trust me. Gerald says, teenagers have always had a tendency to be confused going through puberty. Just don't cut your junk off until you grow up and figure it out. Well, I don't know. When I was a teenager, I mean, I'm not speaking for me. I knew where I was okay, but we had one gay person in school. All right. He did eventually transition. He got the sex reassignment surgery, and a year later, he put a bullet in his head. I think he finally realized after it was too late, you know, oh, I screwed up. Now what? And he ended his life. But he was the only person that I was aware of in school that would be considered gay. I mean, there were some effeminate guys in there, you know, but they weren't gay. They were just weak men, you know. But they didn't question what they were. They knew they were men. They just weren't very good at it, you know what I'm saying? You know, they're pussy men, you know, or girly men. But it was different, you know. Today, like you said, you're seeing these teenagers, they're like, well, the teacher told me I'm really a woman trapped in a man's body. And you believed her? Are you stupid? You know, like I said, get naked, stand in front of a mirror, you'll figure it out, okay? And God don't make mistakes. If he did, he wouldn't be much of a God, now would he? You know. Something's going on that they're convincing these kids, or maybe like Ian said, they're just doing it for shits and giggles. But I think there's some legitimately people out there that actually believe that they're in the wrong body. There's something seriously wrong there. Russ says, I think the trans mafia has an official physical written playbook for their movement. They are following it step by step from other countries that have tried this bullshit. Well, you may be right. I mean, young kids I can see. Because young kids don't know. A 2 or 3-year-old, even a 5-year-old, if you harangue him enough, harass him enough, you could probably convince him or her he's not what he thinks he is, or she's not what she thinks she is, because their minds are still developing. But once you turn, realistically for me, 10 years old, but let's just say for shits and giggles 15, there should be no argument about what you are. You know, I just don't understand how they're pulling this off. And not only that, but if I were a kid and you brought me to a library or whatever, and there's a bunch of drag queens running around, fat, old, bearded men that are pretending to be women, I think I'd probably go, well, there's something wrong with people, and turn around and walk out, you know. But for some reason, and I don't know if it could be all fake, I don't know, but you see limited videos of these things going on, and the kids are like, wow, he's really cool, or she's really cool, or however they classify them. I don't see how that could be, you know. I mean, my kids, like I said, they were normal, thank God. If I'd have brought them to a place like that, they would have probably said, Dad, what are we doing here? And why are they dressed like that? What's wrong with them? You know. My kids would have questioned it. The kids today seem to be okay with it. Like I said, I don't know if that's part of the psyop or whether it's real, I can't say. You know. It seems to me like it would be weird for a 6 or 7-year-old boy to be introduced to that and be okay with it. I just don't see how, you know. It doesn't make sense. We're not wired that way. There's something more going on here, or I don't know. Yeah, David Carradine. I couldn't remember his name. Thanks, Ian. And I kind of liked him as an actor. I thought he did a great job in Kung Fu. He also did the Death Race movies. If you ever seen them, they were good. I think he did 3 of them that he starred in. They were kind of, B-rated, but they were still kind of cool. Yeah, Rush, you got it too. Derek says, I think most guys going through puberty probably wouldn't have minded having big breasts during that time period. Yeah, it's not the same, though, playing with your own than you do with somebody else's. You know? I mean, I never thought that way. I mean, you know, unfortunately, when I was in school, the girls had small tits. They all did. I think there was one that actually was built, but, like, she was untouchable, you know. But the majority of the girls, you know, they were small, you know. I'm talking 6th, 7th grade, you know. I didn't see women actually producing better until they got in high school, but I would rather play with theirs, and, you know, I wouldn't want them for myself. That would be kind of weird, you know. So I don't know. There's something not right there. That's all I do know. Might be something in the water that only affects young people. I don't know. Ray says, we are only a 1 or a 0 when born. I get up in the morning and check. Yep, still a 1. Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, you're right, you know. Thomas says, Jim, I wish I could have your HOBNSL. Oh, no, you can't have that. Not happening, sorry. That's my pride one there, actually, really. That was the first scale train that I bought. I gave $260 for that thing, I think. I like it. It's a good engine. Derek says, yeah, Ray, in the morning is the easiest time to check. Yeah, there you go. Only when you're young, unfortunately. Hey, Stu Structures. How you doing, Stu? What happens on a train stays on the train. There you go. Ian says, I know transgenders that's against what they push. He was a she, but you honestly would never know it. Actually, a good person. And I'm sure there are some nice ones out there. They're still whack, though, you know. And there are some good-looking ones, too. But that's kind of what scares me, though. Could you imagine, you know, let's say you're a little younger and you're single, and you're at the bar, and this beautiful woman comes up and wants to go home with you. So you're like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm going to get lucky. You get home, and they get naked, and they're not a woman. What would you do? I kind of know what I would do, but, you know, it ain't legal. But, I mean, that scares the shit. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not in that situation. But if I were younger and single, I'd be scared to death. I'd probably want some proof that they're actually female, a real woman, before I'd take them home. You know? And it'd be for their safety. Putting girls' clothes on brings more subs, just ask. Yeah, Daryl did that. That was pretty funny, though. Oh, weird, but funny. I guess it did help him, though, in the subs, didn't it? I want subs, but not that much. That's bad. Derek says, yeah, Artie, he had my attention with all the makeup on. Yeah, he was not a good-looking woman, though, for sure, you know. Ian says the trans movement is being pushed hard to be okayed because next is open pet. Well, that's true. And they're already trying to normalize it. Well, they even changed the name now. It's, what the hell is it called? How they... Minor attracted person. They're MAPS, you know. They're still pedophiles, and they should still be killed. And I don't give a damn what you label yourself as. If you mess with my kid, of course my kids are all grown now, but when they were younger, you'd probably lose your life. Or at least an important part of it anyway. I'd make you the woman you want to be. You know. I don't care. And I would have killed him. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know. And my kids knew that, too. I said, you know, if anybody ever touches you in an inappropriate manner, you immediately tell me as soon as you can. I will take care of it. Thank God nobody ever did, you know. Because I probably would have killed them. I have no doubt in my mind that I would have, you know. You don't screw with my kids, you know. It just don't happen. And that's a punishable by death thing if you do. It's the way it is. All right, he says, I watched the U.S. News. That's what made me see I got a grade here. Yeah, I can't argue with you there, Artie, but, you know, this is my home. I got to deal with it. You know, I saw a meme the other day, too. He says, you know, you'll never see American refugees. But we have a problem. We dust off our guns, and we fix it. And it really is true. I mean, we haven't got to that point yet, but we're pretty close. We will deal with this problem one way or the other. I don't know when. Hopefully soon. But it needs to be dealt with. All of it, not just the transgender shit, but the crooked politicians, the corruption, the bribery, the cheating. Everything needs to be dealt with. And hopefully soon. Russ, does anybody remember the selfie phase and all the people that died taking selfies? All that the game likes. Yeah, that's true. I remember that. Actually, they had one just recently. It was about a month or two ago. Down the Grand Canyon. Guy was taking a selfie, standing on the edge, and I guess a gust of wind came and I don't know if he got the selfie or not, but he was dead and graveyard. You know, he's graveyard dead by the time he hit bottom. Why? You know. Some people are just stupid, I guess. Sad and tragic? Yeah, and also stupid. It's hard to feel sorry for people like that. You know. I mean, I'm afraid of heights, so I mean, I would never do something like that. But even if I wasn't, I still think I would have. I would like to think I have better sense than that. You know. And I've done some dangerous things in my life. We all have. You know. I mean, they were kind of calculated, so I wasn't too worried. But there's some things I won't do. I won't jump out of a perfectly good airplane, okay? Not happening. If the plane's going down and there's a chute, and I got a choice whether to die with the plane or possibly die jumping out of it, I got a better odds to jump out of it, so I'll do it. I may not live through it, but I'll have tried at least, because the alternative is absolute death. But, if the plane is flying, I ain't jumping out of that thing, because that's just stupid. They just had a couple of kids, I think 2 teenagers, this was a few days ago, up in New York City. They were subway surfing. If you guys don't know what that is, they get on top of the subway cars and ride them. Unfortunately, if you fall off, you die, or if you hit something like a tunnel or a sign or anything else that's above the train, you also die. Well, the 2 of them fell off and died, To me, that's stupid, okay? I'm not into surfing anyway, but if I was, I think I'd stick it with the water and take my chances with the sharks. You got better odds. Surfing on a 65-mile-an-hour train is just plain stupid. So, it's hard to feel sorry for these people when they do shit like that. Am I cold-hearted? Maybe. It's the way I see it, though. Hardy says he got everyone's attention. And Derek, did you see his leopard-spotted G-strings? I think I did see that. He didn't wear them, thank God. Ray says, I grew up 30 miles from San Francisco, California. I have seen it all. I bet you have. I've seen a lot, not all of it, but I imagine you probably did. Them people are, it really is the land of fruits and nuts over there, I never really, at one point I wanted to visit there just because, thought it'd be cool to drive over and check it out and then get the hell out. But after a while I'm thinking, man, things are so bad there, I may not be able to get out. I'm not going. Hardy says, I know some gays and lesbians here, and they just shaking their heads with what is being pushed in the U.S. and the agenda being pushed by these trans perverts. And, and to be fair, I've known some gays too. I don't think I've ever known, I knew one lesbian, I think that was it. But they were decent people. I mean, I still don't think what they do is right. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. But I don't care, because they do their own thing. When I was in the handyman business, I was doing some work in a condo, and 2 guys, they were married, and, but they were really cool. I went there, did my work in the house. They were polite, They didn't do this shit, because that just irks me. They were very polite, respectable. I knew they were married and they were lovers and shit, but, that's their business. And they didn't, eyeball me or anything, try and drag me into a threesome or something, because that would have been a problem. But they were decent guys, and I had no issue with them. And chances are they're not for any of the shit we're seeing today, And that's fine, that's their thing, But they do most of their stuff in their own house, They're not out in the street, half naked, going, hey, look at us, We're going to blow each other right in front of your face, They don't do that shit, So there are decent people out there, even though, like I said, I don't agree with their lifestyle, but that's their choice. But keep it in your house, And well, I don't know if you've read or not, there's something, the LGBTQ plus thing, the LGB wants to divorce themselves from the rest of the alphabet. So lesbian, gay, and bi, they're kind of on their own here. They we don't want none of your horse shit. You do what you want. We're not going to be attached to you anymore. Which I give them some credit for that, even though, like I said, I still think they're wrong. But at least they got enough sense to divorce themselves from the trans people, the questioning people, whatever other bullshit that they got in the letters, LGB, that's it. Lesbian, gay, and bi. They can do their thing. They don't want nothing to do with the trans, the pedophiles, or anything. And I don't blame them. It's actually hurting them, and I think they're starting to see it, Because in the end, it's going to bite them all in the ass if they don't walk away from some of it. Let's see, Walmart is also pulling out many Chicago areas too. Well, yeah, same problem, you know. Once again, there's a way to deal with this. Instead of letting them get away, put armed guards, civilian, plainclothes guards, armed, and wait for somebody to steal. As soon as they run out the door, pop them in the back. Problem solved. One more dead criminal. Eventually, they'll stop doing it. Because nobody is willing to die for a pair of shoes, a big screen TV, or whatever. It's not worth your life. They're doing it because they're relatively guaranteed that they're going to get away with it. You know, we need to change the narrative. We need to let people understand if you do these things, you may die. Is that TV worth your life? Fuck around and find out, you know. But we won't do that here. That's the problem. Russell, did you hear about Larry Nasser, the guy who assaulted all those girls on the... Yeah, he was stabbed 10 times in prison. They should have let him die. And that happens more often than not, too. You know, the prison has their own law standard or code of ethics or whatever. It's weird, but, you know. And I don't feel sorry for him. It's like, dude, you finally got what you deserve, you know. Too bad for you. All right, he says, my shrink did come to visit you at Jim Tedesco. She took one look at you and ran. She said she can only help one nutter at a time. Well, I've had experiences with shrinks before. They usually do run away after I get through with them. I'm not kidding. I studied enough psychiatry myself to where I could really screw with them, you know, mind-wise. Not worried. And like I said, I don't really play all this horse shit, you know. And you know, the thing is, everybody knows that most of what I say, not all of it, but most of it, is an actual solution to some of today's problems. Is it violent? Yeah, kind of. But that's what people understand, you know. At one point in time, and I'm not going to get into whole details, but the state tried to take my girls, okay? It was bullshit. It had nothing to do with the girls. It had nothing to do with me because I beat a cop. Not physically, but I beat him in court. And he took offense at it and was bound and determined to get even. But he almost did, all right? Well, at one point, we were assigned a shrink to evaluate whether we were fit parents or not. You know, a long time ago. I was in my mid-20s at the time, I think 23, 24. So, we get this woman, she didn't have any kids of her own, which I thought right off the bat, well, we're going to have, this is going to be an easy one, you know, because she's going to spout out shit out of a book that she has no knowledge of, you know. And so she did her thing, and I said, well, first thing I got to ask you, how many children do you have? Well, I'm single. I don't have any kids. Then what makes you think you're an expert for parents to raise children? Well, I have my books here, you know, Dr. Spock and there's other guys here, you know, they tell you to write. No, they have no kids either. I said, until you have kids of your own and have raised them for at least 10 years, you ain't got no business telling me how to raise my kids. But she was convinced, and I had to straighten her out. Like I said, she actually did walk away from us because she said she couldn't argue with us anymore because we were too set in our ways, which we were, you know, both me and my ex-wife. She believed that if you sat your 6-year-old kid, because my kids were young and they were 3 and 4. If you sat your 3 and 4-year-old kids down and talked to them like an adult and explained to them why they shouldn't steal cookies or why they shouldn't do this or that, that they would accept it and become great kids. And she's telling me, says, I got to ask you a question. And once again, you have no kids of your own, so you don't know if this will actually work. I can assure you this would not work. All right? Children are like dogs. Of course, she was horrified to hear that. But there's some truth to it. I said, when you're training a dog, how do you train a dog? You reward it when it does good, and you discipline it when it does bad. And you will have a great dog. I mean, can't get carried away now. You got to be smart about it. But that's how you train your dog. Okay? You can talk to that dog till you're blue in the face. He doesn't give a shit because he doesn't feel good about it. He doesn't feel bad about it. You know? He's going to do what he wants because he's thinking, well, screw you. I'm going to do what I want. You're not going to do anything to me, so what do I care? Well, kids are the same way. You know? So I'm trying to explain this to this woman that, look, you cannot reason with a 3-year-old. Okay? I can reason with you because you're an adult and you understand English. You know, you understand life. A 3-year-old has no concept of any of that stuff. A 3-year-old sees something that he or she wants, I want. You know, and you can tell they can only, well, you know, little Susie or whatever, and that would not be good for you. You might hurt yourself with that. And the kid's going to go, I want. And until you smack the kid, he or she's going to keep telling you he or she wants. I said, I'm not talking about, you know, physically punching them out. I'm saying, paddle on the butt, not enough to hurt them, but enough to instill a little bit of pain so they understand that did not feel good. Therefore, I can't do that anymore. I can't demand I want because it's going to hurt. And that's how kids and dogs are very similar. And it's true. A lot of people have a problem with that, but trust me, I'm right about this. Now, you know, I said I never really had to hit my kids. When they were real young, we had to paddle them a couple of times. But because we did it at an early age, by the time they started crawling, we had already established the rules before they started walking. So we didn't have to worry about them touching things that wasn't theirs. They knew they knew their own toys that they can touch. If it belonged to mommy or daddy and it was up on the shelf, even if it was on a table, that wasn't yours, you don't touch it. They never even tried. You know, we did a good job of raising the kids because we taught them what they needed to know at a young age without beating them or abusing them. Well, this woman, oh no, you can't never strike a child. Even if you just, you know, give them a little pat on the butt. That's not acceptable. Well, you better have some kids of your own, lady, because you know what the hell you're talking about. And here's where karma comes in, Artie. A couple of years later, my wife got pregnant with our third, my ex-wife. When she was in the hospital delivering, I was with her, of course, and I went to take a break after she delivered my son. And I just happened to look in an open room, and who was there? The caseworker. She had twins. And I just looked at her and I said, you know, your life is going to be a complete mess because everything you think you know, you're going to find out real quick you really don't. And I feel bad for your kids. You know, I never followed up on it, but, you know, karma struck. Gave her twins. And I tell you, there ain't nothing tougher for a new mom than to have twins, except maybe triplets or quadruplets or something. Ian says, Russ, guess he shouldn't have done all that stabbing with his flesh knife, huh? Yeah, probably. Well, he got stabbed with the iron knife instead. So serves the asshole right. Derry says, yeah, Russ, I wonder if that was before or after he was abused. I don't know. You know, that's not an excuse either. You know. Everybody knows right and wrong, whether they're abused or not. It's wired into us, you know. So if you do stuff like that, sorry. He says, I just want to see the Lolita Express flight log still. Yeah, he'll be waiting a long time. You know why they won't show him, right? Because we got presidents, congressmen, senators, kings, queens, dead queens. We got all kinds of important people. All the Hollywood actors, they're all in on it. This thing is so big that if we did have to execute them, it might take years, killing one or two a day. You know? There could be 50, 100,000 people in them, maybe more. We don't even know. And that's not even the worst of it. And I'm not even going to talk about the worst of it. From some of the things I've read, if any of that's true, these people need to be killed, and in the most painful way possible. He says, I can't stand in front of my mirror cracked up laughing. Artie, you're the biggest comedian I know, man. Funny, though. Ian said, my sister played with our toys and we played Barbies with her. Kid's gonna kid, doesn't change your sex. No, it doesn't. Now, I wasn't allowed to. I don't know if I ever told this story or not, but when I was a little boy, all my friends had G.I. Joes. You remember the good ones, so they were tall ones, you know. My mom wouldn't let me have a G.I. Joe. She says, you're not playing with G.I. Joes. Why not, Mom? They're dolls. Boys don't play with dolls. I said, no, they're not dolls. They're action figures. I'm not kidding. That's what I actually told her. And she said, I don't want to hear that shit. Because she had a mouth worse than mine. I don't want to hear that shit. They're dolls, and only girls play with them, and you're not going to have them. And if I catch you with any, I'll break your fingers. And believe me, I never doubted for a minute that she just might break my fingers. So I never played with G.I. Joe. Well, that was a little probably on the, on the high end of things, but that was the way it was. I mean, I was, and my sister wasn't allowed to play with my toy. Sometimes we did, nobody knew about it. But she wasn't allowed to play with the cars or, anything that was boy-oriented, and I wasn't allowed to play with her stuff. But, she had one of those, I can't remember what they're called now. It was a play kitchen, had the sink, the refrigerator, the stove, and you had the fake food and stuff, You're playing homemaker, and, there were times I played with her, as kids. We were young. I was the husband, she was the wife, and, I'd make dinner for her, and she'd make dinner for me, and, stuff kids do, which is harmless. And if my mother would have found out, she'd have probably beat both our asses. I don't know. Donna says there are idiots born every day who think the men are girls. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's some serious problems out here, and I think a lot of it comes down to selective breeding once again. We need to go back to that. Back in the 50s and before, men looked for beauty and intelligence in a woman. The women looked for strength, masculinity, responsibility in a man, And some looks too. I mean, nobody wanted to date anybody ugly. But they were careful. I mean, today, these women will screw anything. And so will the men, They don't care how fat and ugly she is or whatever. They'll do her anyway and, have a kid and, you get what you get, And I said, two stupid people do not produce geniuses. They just don't, So this is part of the problem. I mean, there's no selective breeding anymore. And I think I wish that the men and the women both would be more particular about who they sleep with, or who they're going to, raise children with. Yeah. Now, my first wife wasn't a beauty queen. She wasn't bad looking, but she had all the qualities that you would want in a wife and a mother, And I think she probably saw the same in me, that I had the qualities of a good father and a protector and somebody that would provide, which I did, Because that's what we did back in the day, Sure, I could have slept with any skag or whatever you want to call them. There were plenty of them around. But I'm thinking, do I really want to have kids with that? selective breeding. There's nothing wrong with it. But today, you just don't see it. And everybody's sleeping with everybody. And like I said, if you put two morons together and produce children, you're going to produce morons. Just the way it is. Hey, look at Bruce Jenner. That guy, well, they say, though, he's doing it for the money. And he's still intact, you know. He never had his junk whacked off. They say he stands to make $1 billion by pretending to be a woman. I don't know how true that is. If that's the case, I could sort of understand it. I wouldn't do it. There's no amount of money that would be worth the embarrassment, you know, and just the wrongness of it. But, I mean, some guys, you know, you throw enough money at them, they'll do whatever the hell you want them to. Ian says, Derek, I'm more interested in the Hollywood ones because people are so obsessed with celebrity. That's true. It never was. I mean, I have some favorite actors, but I don't worship them, you know. And if I were to meet them in person, it's like, you know, hey, I'm Jim. Nice to meet you, you know. I wouldn't be like falling all over them or, you know, wanting them to marry me or some other weird thing. I mean, you know, that's just weird. They're just people. Just like, well, they're not really like us, but I like to think they are, but they're really not. You know, they're all whack jobs. Most of them. Derek says, I think we need a bigger mirror, and it ain't because of maybe. Hey, Frank Stewart, fan 820. How's it going, Frank? You don't know what you walked into here. Just a fair warning. Artie says, yeah, it explains the bad luck, doesn't it? Breaking mirrors brings bad luck. Yeah, supposedly. 7 years, I think, right? Ian says, I like trains, so I'm a caboose kind of guy. Not going there, Ian. Not going there. I assume you're referring to women, though. That's cool, I guess. And Rich Rhodes says, if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all. Well, that's not always true. I mean, sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes you just don't see it, but you really are lucky, you know. Ray says, my mirrors are plexi. They just flex when laughing, Artie. That's a good one. And Scott says, Jim, have used iPhone vehicles dash mount for recording a train and following it by side of the road. Oh, cool. Did you post them yet? We'll have to see them when you post them. Because a lot of people don't do that. I don't know why. That's kind of a cool idea, you know. I've run beside trains before, but I didn't have a way to. The smartphone is fairly new to me. I always had a flip phone, didn't really have a camera in it. But I never thought about actually filming a train while I was riding beside it. That would be cool, though. In my opinion, that's cheating, right? Maybe. Yes, you do, Rick Sherrod. You're hanging out with us here. Absolutely. I'm way behind in the chat, too. Derek says you have to do the Crocodile Dundee test before you leave the bar, Molly. Okay. Frank says, grab him first, Crocodile Dundee, like LOL. He says, we have the right to do the Paul Hogan inspection of agendas. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of almost what it's getting to. You want to see a birth certificate? And a damn well better match the body, you know. Forget about the curtains matching the drapes. Or the carpet matching the curtains, or however that goes. Let's make sure that the sex matches the birth certificate. That guy that touched my 10-month-old goddaughter became ant food. There you go. And that's what you got to do. I mean, That would not disturb me in the least. I would kill somebody like that and not lose a minute of sleep over it. Alright, he says there's plenty of American refugees here. I'm sure there's a few. Oh, they're coming from Pennsylvania. Yeah, probably. Gerald says, Artie, there's a lot of expats in the... Yeah, there are. Philippines. And in Vietnam, too, believe it or not. And Korea. They say those places are really nice, but I would never be able to do the language. That's the problem. I think I'm too old to learn a new language. But their culture is actually a lot like ours was a long time ago. You know, they still know their places, and the women know that what their role is. The men know what their role is. And I wish it would have stayed that way here, you know. But once again, we let everybody get away with a little bit here, a little bit there, and eventually it all goes to shit. Which it did, you know. Same with the women's liberation movement. And to this day, I still say the same thing. Some women get mad at me, but others agree with me that the whole women's lib movement, the equal rights movement, actually hurt women more than it helped them. And it really did. I says, you know, I had an argument once with a woman. I says, you know, before y'all got liberated, men treated you like goddesses, you know. We treated you well. We opened doors for you. You know, we went out of our way to make sure you were comfortable and safe. We did all these things for you, and you threw it all away because you thought you could be a man. Well, there you are. You're a man. Go ahead and go about your business, you know. Now we could kick the shit out of you because you're not women anymore. You think you're men. If you're a man, we could beat the shit out of you like a man, you know. She got really mad at me, but and of course I still wouldn't hit her, but you know. But the point is this is what's happening. The women have lost their position in life. You know, they don't want to be treated like women anymore. They want to be treated like men. You know, we want to do what we want, cuss and drink and do whatever we want anymore. We're not helpless women. You never really were helpless, you know. But you screwed it all up, and a lot of the women today, the older women anyway, are seeing it and reverting back to their original roles. It's out there. Scott says, my subscriber count is going, and that's good and happy. Good. No, I'm glad that's happened too. They said we'll get you up there to 500 before you know it. There, says, my luck, I'd jump out of the plane and the pilot would get the plane started right after I jumped. Yeah, well, like I said, I would wait till the last possible minute before I dive that thing, you know. And that's just crazy. I know there are thrill seekers that do that, you know. And I'm a thrill seeker, I guess, but on the ground, you know. I'll drive 200 mile an hour in a Dodge Viper. Well, actually, I only got up to 198, but that didn't bother me. I mean, that was dangerous. Could have died. But it seemed a lot safer than jumping out of a damn airplane at 20,000 feet, you know? Sorry. I think there was a big difference there somehow. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. That's that. Gerald Stewart, just within my area, there's at least 10 that have moved here. Here's one couple from Chimsey. Really? That's cool, I guess. There's the Big Jim, those gay guys were checking out your ass the whole time. I had a few that did, believe it or not, but not those guys. I had my shop, about 15 of the gays came in there one day, right? And I'm thinking, holy shit. I always carried a gun with me, so I wasn't too worried, you know, but in case they wanted to get stupid. But they turned out to be pretty decent, sort of. But they came in, they just bought a house trailer, and they were towing it themselves, and one of the tires went flat on it, on the trailer. They said, you know, can you repair a trailer? I said, yeah, no problem. I said, I'll have to take it off, bring it back here, fix the hole, and, you know, air it up, put it back in. So I was just 1,000 yards away, you know. So I went over there. Then, of course, they all followed me. I had my jack and stuff, you know. And of course, I'm bent down changing the tire, and I'm thinking, I know them fuckers are staring at my ass. And they were, you know. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I really didn't care. As long as they don't lay a hand on me, I'll let them live. You know? But they were pretty decent, but yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were all fantasizing. Yeah, I'm not bragging or nothing, but for some reason, gays thought I was really good looking somehow. I don't know why. I mean, I wasn't like this. I was built better and thinner. You know, I was 160 pounds. I had massive arms, you know. I looked pretty good. I mean, I was younger, obviously, but still, it was weird. You know. We have kids riding on the back of trains on an 18-inch platform. Yeah, as I said, people are stupid. Subway surfing. What the hell? Gerald said LGBT left our kids alone mostly. Well, yeah, and they did for the most part. Like I said, I think they were more after adults, you know. Like I said, I had gays try and pick me up, man. I mean, really. It's like, dude, I'm not gay. I have a wife. You know. Go away, please, before I have to hurt you. And that was usually enough to get them to back off, you know. But today, like I said, they're interested in the kids, you know, which I have a problem with that, you know. I mean, I know that pedophiles, the grown men that want to mess with little girls or boys, don't matter. What is wrong with them? You know. If you put me in a room with a naked 6-year-old and a naked 30-year-old, you know where I'm going, right? I'm going after the 30-year-old. You know. I don't even want to see a naked 6-year-old because it would not turn me on in the least. It wouldn't. You know. I can't see a 6-year-old in a sexual way. I can't do it. You know. But yet these guys, they look at these little girls and little boys especially. They go, oh, yeah, I want to have that. And I go, what is wrong with you? And to me, the only fix for that is to simply kill them. Because they can't be rehabilitated. They could put them on a sex offender list for life. Big deal. Don't think for a minute that they're not plotting ways around it. You know. So just kill them. Problem solved. Ray says, in the old days, you stole something, they rewarded you with a free rope and a tree. Absolutely. And we need to go back to that. You know? When you got 13-year-olds out there robbing people at gunpoint, stealing their cars, we have a problem. And you can't deal with that problem through any kind of rehabilitation because once you've got to that point, you've already sold your soul to the devil, pretty much. The only solution is to put them out of their misery. And if you do it to enough of them, the rest will stand up and go, you know, that isn't ending well. I'm not going to go there. You know. But as long as they know that they're basically going to get away with it, they might do a little jail time. Remember, jail is a paid vacation. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, check out some of my Wise Guy videos. I go in depth on this. But it really is. It's not a punishment. I mean, for me or you it might be. But a lot of people don't mind going to prison. I mean, everything's provided for you. It's a paid vacation. Yeah, you don't get any money, but it don't cost you none either, and you get everything you need. How is that punishment? Derek said the store needs double doors with a vestibule between. Exactly. The sets of doors interlock so you can't open one set until the others are closed. You steal when you go to leave, then you lock, and then let them through the first door. Trap them in there, and if they get stupid, gas them. You know. Same with the schools. They should do this in the schools. They're called lock boxes or lock rooms. Lock boxes. It's a set of steel doors. They're all bulletproof, inside and outside. You said there's a vestibule. I guess what you call it, vestibule. It's a tough word to say. You let the gunman in. As soon as he gets in, you shut the doors behind him. He's trapped in this box. He can't get out. All right. Then you can pretty much tell him what to do. If he doesn't comply, you can use knockout gas or even a cyanide gas for that matter. You know, might as well kill him. I mean, he's going into school with a gun. Obviously, he's not going there for, good things. And you would solve these school shootings right off the bat. But they won't do that. And it's not expensive. For about $10,000 to $20,000, they could do it in each school. They're spending more than that now with armed guards, with surveillance cameras. Surveillance cameras don't mean shit. So we see who killed them. Big deal. Didn't stop the killing. We just got to see it in real time. So they'll spend money on that, but they won't spend money on these lock boxes. Stupid. And I actually proposed that about 30 years ago when this started becoming a problem. And it just fell on deaf ears. Oh, we don't want to do that. That'll violate their human rights. Yeah, whatever. Exactly, Derek. Then they're stuck between doors until the cops come. Or you can deal with it yourself, however you want to do it. Here we go. Gerald says, I scared the shit out of a young shrink one time in the USAF. And Derek says, do tell, Gerald. Yeah, you got to tell us about that one, man. Hey, Derailed Daryl, how's it going? California's a free state, free for all that crap. Yeah, whatever. Gerald says, the shrink asked me how long I had carried a knife and why. Every day since, why? Every day since 7th grade. Huh. How did you respond to that? Derek says, Daryl, doing great, enjoying Jim's stories. We talked about your makeup and leopard bikini before. Yeah, we did. Yeah, I couldn't help it. Nothing bad though, Daryl, We just made a little fun of him. Daryl says, I live and do business in Southern California and it's not easy. I feel sorry for you, man. I really do. Artie says, hey, Daryl, we were just talking about you. Yeah, we were. Ohio Steam and Steel. Hey, Ohio, how you doing? You're late, right? Actually, I'm late. We're running into overtime here as usual. Says you can all start the chat now as I have arrived. Okay. Well, we've been in on it for a while now. I said, Artie, you've been down on Conga Drive again? I don't know what that is, but probably not good. And try and get caught up here a little bit. That's why Epstein was murdered. Yeah, well, if he really was. I mean, they could have faked his death and just spirited him away, give him some plastic surgery and a new identity. Who knows? Apparently, they didn't close Epstein Island, I don't think. Or maybe they moved it, who knows. But you don't think this was going to go away just because the head guy got busted, They'll just, like I said, they'll either kill him or relocate him and business as usual. Nothing changes. You have to go after the people that are in on it, not necessarily the people that are running it. Dead or not, I don't really care because as far as I'm concerned, he deserved death, Jim, could you have the plastic army then? I had them back in the day when I was a kid. We had hundreds of them things. My dad, I don't know what they must have been really cheap, probably like 50 cents for a big bag of like 100 of them. Every week, my dad would bring me a new bag of them. I'm like, I must have had a couple of thousand of them things, And we used to melt them and stuff because it was fun. But yeah, those weren't dolls though because they were little, And they were army men, so they, But the G.I. Joe, my mother felt that they were still dolls, and they kind of were, They were male dolls, but because you could dress them and accessorize them and stuff. She felt that it was just a girl's toy in disguise, and she didn't want to feminize me. I don't think it would have, you know, but that was the way she thought, just the way, you know. Yeah, I didn't have a Ken doll either, because I didn't have any dolls, really. I said I had the Army Men, because those were cool, because my dad brought them, you know. But I couldn't have any dolls or any girls' toys. I mean, you know, my sister had the Easy Bake Oven and stuff like that, but I wasn't allowed to play with it. Not that I wanted to, you know. I don't know if you guys remember or not. There was a toy. It was for boys. Well, it was actually either way. It was called the Gobbledygook machine, and it was a round, heated bowl-like thing, and you put the molds in there, and you had this food that you'd squeeze in there. If it was candy, you squeeze it out of a tube, and you'd cook these things and make rubbery candies, and they were called Gobbledygooks. And I had those, and those were cool, and I was allowed to play with them, but that was about as far as I could go with that. But I mean, I knew how to cook, because that was one of the things we were taught as kids. Both me and my sister were actually very good cooks. We still are, really. Because that was something we had to learn. I always said, well, in case you don't get married right away or don't have a girlfriend, you're going to have to learn to feed yourself, because I ain't doing it for you once you're an adult. So I had to learn how to cook. And we cooked a lot, the basic stuff, but we also cooked some specialty stuff too, you know. I never learned how to do the liver, though. I don't know why she didn't teach us that, but she had a way to make it. And most people want to puke when they think about it. You know, my wife now, she says, ain't no way. I was forced to eat that shit when I was a kid. They told me it was steak, and they lied, you know. Well, now it wasn't steak, but if it was cooked right, it didn't taste bad. My mother fried it somehow, used onions and something else, and it was really good, you know. Like I said, today I wouldn't eat it, because I know what it is, you know. But we had to learn all that stuff. Ohio says, my mom would not buy me Action Man British version of G.I. Joe. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, that was the time we lived in, you know. The boys we had our toys, the girls had theirs, and neither of the tweens shall ever meet. All right, Russ, you bragging again? What the hell? I had G.I. Joe and lots of cool gear for him. Some of my friends had G.I. Joe, too. I did actually play with them, but not in my mom's presence. I mean, I had to go to my friend's house to play with their G.I. Joes, you know. It didn't affect my sexuality or anything. I mean, they were action figures, you know. We didn't look at them as dolls. Dolls were something that the girls had. Long hair, dresses, jewelry, you know. The G.I. Joe had his uniform, guns, hand grenades, canteen, you know, men's stuff. So, I mean, I really didn't have an issue with it, but I wasn't allowed to actually have any, you know. My mother would have kicked the shit out of me if she found out I even played with them. Thank God she never found out. Rick says, I only had the little green army. Yeah, that's what I had. And they were so cheap back then. They said a bag of 100 was probably like $1, 50 cents, who knows. And I had a bunch of them. Also they had the tanks and some of the army jeeps that you can get with it. I had all that stuff. My dad used to buy that stuff for me all the time, you know. And that was my go-to toy most of the time, you know. There it goes. Easy Bake Oven. My sister had one and made brownies under a light bulb. Not the best. Well, that's how they worked. They still work that way. Matter of fact, my wife bought her granddaughter one last year for Christmas. And they're a little cheaper now, but they still use the same light bulb. 60-watt light bulb, that's it. And all kinds of warnings. Careful, you may burn your fingers if you touch the hot light bulb. Well, you're not supposed to do that. You know. And they're a lot more expensive now, too. But she bought her one, and the kid played with it. I remember because they came up here to celebrate Christmas with us. And, you know, her mom and mom's boyfriend and the girl and the boy, Kingston and Scarlett, came up to our house to celebrate Christmas with us, and so they got to play with their toys here. They stayed for a couple of days. So, Debbie showed her how to use the Easy Bake Oven, and she made some cupcakes and some other weird things with it, It was kind of cool, I guess. Brought back memories in a lot of ways, because my girls had them. My sister had one, It was like a toy that never went out of style, really. Derek says he does his own adult version off screen with Barbie using Ken. It's called Safe Force. Believe it or not, I have seen stop motion videos with Ken and Barbie and G.I. Joe and Barbie. I got them somewhere. They're shorts, and they're kind of X-rated, but I mean they don't have genitalia obviously, but they go through the motions, and they're pretty bizarre. But I've got them somewhere packed away. Like I said, they're shorts. I don't remember where I got them from, but I collect shit like that just because it's weird, That's that. The PG is in cinemas next week. The PG, what the hell is a PG? Oh, that's his other channel. Oh, it's bad. I can't be a woman, way too much hair to remove, laughing my ass off. I could be a wild drop bear, though. Yeah, that you could, Artie. No doubt. Same here, man. I wouldn't want to be a woman. I like being a guy, I love women, but I wouldn't want to be one. Daryl says, sorry I leave the leopard thong wearing to Steve-O from Jackass. Yeah, there you go. You never catch me wearing women's panties or anything. It's just not going to happen. I don't care. Not going to happen. Ohio said, I would wear a dress for $1 billion. I ain't proud. Well, $1 billion, I don't know. It depends. If I didn't have to show it off anywhere, I'd probably do it. But if they wanted me to go public with it, I think I'd have to draw the line there. Gerald says, what is the difference between a slut and a bitch? A slut will do it with anybody. A bitch will do it with anybody except you. There you go. Yeah, good definition there, man. It's bad. I would wear it for $100 super chat. I wouldn't. Nope, not happen. That ain't enough money. 10,000, I might consider it, but I don't know. It'd have to be a lot of money. It's laughing my ass off, Gerald. I thought a bitch was the one that cleaned you out. Well, they do that too. But that's all they do. They take your money and you ain't getting none. The 4 hours, yeah, actually it's more than that. 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. Oh, it's over. It's over 4 hours. We're going 4 hours and 17 minutes. They're thereabouts. Gerald says it's 9:52. Where you're at, maybe. Here it's 10:16. 8 minutes, 4 hours. There you go. Okay, folks, I need to head off and get therapy again. Great. I hope we're not responsible for you having therapy, Artie. I feel bad if that were the case. I know we're pretty bad here, but hopefully not that bad. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, and have a good weekend, and stay safe, and I hope your therapy works out good for you. I hope you get everything squared away. Artie says, Daryl, you have a great womb liberation. Oh, yeah, that's right. Happy birthday, Daryl. For tomorrow, mind you. Almost forgot about that. All right, Daryl. Thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you next time. Have a good day tomorrow, and have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week. Yeah, I should probably wrap this up too. I don't know. It's been on here for a while, haven't I? Oh, damn. Oh, I tell you, my back is killing me. I need a new chair. And amazing though, trains are still running. Usually they derail right around what, 8 o'clock? I don't know what happened there. I'm all even out of soda even. I got to go home and get some soda. Anyway, guys, let me see here. Before we say goodnight, we got to do the live stream schedule. And we all know what it is, but I'll say it anyway. So tomorrow, Friday at 8 p.m., BNSF, can't talk, BNSF 6959, Cousin Benny. You want to catch him? Hopefully he'll be on tomorrow. Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning, we have Back on Track. Saturday at 8 p.m., we got Artie, Awesome America. He's always fun to watch. And Sunday at 8 p.m., we have Sidetrack Sunday. On Monday at 7 p.m., we have Off the Tracks Monday. That's Trackside Mike and James Galton. Monday at 8 o'clock, we have Tom's Trains and Things with Tom Kvichak. He's also simulcasting, sort of, on Rumble, so you want to catch him one way or the other. And Tuesday at 7 o'clock, we have On Track Tuesday. I think it's, I missed it yesterday. I don't know if it's Flying Crow or Redbird Tony's on. One of the two are on this coming Tuesday. You might want to check it out anyway. And of course, Tuesday at 8 o'clock p.m. we have Humanity Junction with, Blue Smoke Heath. You always want to watch him. And Wednesday at 8 o'clock we have Cab Crew Wednesday. Not sure whose turn it is, but I'll watch it anyway. Also at Wednesday at 8 o'clock is Tom's Trains of Thought on Rumble only. So you might want to either watch him or watch the replay, depending how you want to do it. Thursday morning at 9 o'clock in the morning is Morning Brew with Dave Thurber. Always got to watch him. And of course me at 6 o'clock on Shortline Thursday. So now you know the schedule like you didn't anyway. And as usual, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. You guys are always fun to talk to. I know we don't do a lot of train talk here. I try, but, I got to start doing some things around here so I have some train stuff to actually talk about. Because lately I haven't been doing much. I tell you though, things are rough because I got so much to do outside. I've got to fix the air conditioning in my car and replace the compressor. I've got more weed whacking to do. Eventually I have to build onto an extension onto the chicken coop. There's a lot of stuff to be done, and it's really getting tough to divvy it up to what needs to be done. Now I need to get cracking on, like I said, I have not forgotten. This is not on the back burner. I will get more done on my crossing gate, and I will keep everybody apprised on how that's coming along. And I've got other things to do, obviously, but, as a matter of fact, how's my building coming along? Yeah, check this out. It's coming along pretty good. It's still only about a third of the way. It'll probably be done sometime tomorrow morning. But it's getting there. So anyway, thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see you next week, and I'll see some before then. And everybody have a good weekend, and, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Which, leaves you wide open. And now I'm going to put on the, what's that? You should add second section on Tuesday after heat. I'm not going there. It's an idea, but no, I'm not doing it. Not at this time anyway. That one show a week's quite a bit for me, believe me. Even though I enjoy this so much. But anyway, I'm going to put the end screen on, and I'll see you guys next time. Good night, everybody, and thanks for hanging out with me.